So this month we were going to give Tom a little break, and we had a lot to talk about. Amy wanted to pop in, and me and Amy met up last month. I don't remember what month are we in. I think it was February. We met up for about, I think it was 17 hours we spent together. We had some long talks, exchanging ideas and stuff. And then me and Amy and Carolyn, or some people call her hiker gal, we're in a little chat, and we discuss things back and forth. And Amy came up with this idea to do this space today, so we definitely need Amy. Amy's the star of the show. We don't want to throw Tom under the bus. Tom, thanks for jumping in.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's good to take a little break, and I'm looking forward to see what Amy has to say.
Yeah, so I'm sure we'll get her back. I'm sure it's just a little glitch. Tiff, what's going on?
Not much, I just it is also today isn't it abduction day? Is that
It,
what some weird holiday I didn't know existed?
yeah, some weird holiday. I invited Carolyn up. I don't know if maybe she can't talk right now. Because yeah, apparently it's Alien Abduction Day. And then of course, not only is it Alien Abduction Day, which I don't think anybody was aware that this was even a possibility, but then we had people wishing people happy Alien Abduction Day. Yeah, so happy Alien Abduction Day, which was very strange and kind of creepy, to be honest. There were some heads exploding in the background, which I completely understand. There's not much happy about alien abductions, but a lot of that is just it's not anyone with bad intentions. I don't think it's a bad intention when people are putting it out there. They're just saying something dumb that they're not thinking through. Amy, do we have you back? Let's see.
Yay!
Yay, you
Yes.
Hey,
can hear
wonderful. We
me.
we
Can
were
hear
able to hear you
you.
all along, Amy, and I was telling people it's definitely not implants that are sabotaging you. So happy to have you in the
I was
space.
hoping not.
Can I go on a quick apology tour, Fringe? Is that okay?
You do you, Ulrich. Do anything you like. We'll have maybe a couple announcements, retweet the space, all of that stuff, and then we'll jump in with Amy.
Definitely retweet the space. We want to loosh farm all of the haters and all of the lovers and all of the love and lighters. You're gonna find that the love and lighters are going to love the doomers a lot more as we have more disclosure shit happening. Every love and lighter wants a doomer when they're dealing with a debunker. This is a physical law of the universe. They can't fight like we can fight. We have grit. And so when you're dealing with an average Chris or you're dealing with a green, whatever, green street, nothing against the color green. Okay. I'm not racist here, but they can't fight like we can. And they will love the doomers as soon as they realize that there's 90% of the world that is completely psyoped. But I want to say I deeply I'm deeply sorry for not showing up at the last space we had with you, Tom. I have been overwhelmed, and I've just always way too much on my plate, and I just over committed. And even though our Doom schedule has been light, I have not been able to just manage my own time and my productivity. So I hope you accept my apology. It comes from the bottom of my heart, and I'm still trying to regulate it. I'm working on something really big. Financially, I'm interested in making sure all of ufology gets to at least a subsistence level, which is throwing around money to build UFOs and to not die in the apocalypse. I think that's what I call subsistence. So I hope you guys can understand. I'm also going to be pretty light for this next month. I think we might have Giorgiani coming in. Fringe managed to snag him. So a lot of big stuff is coming up. But if I'm light in the doom room, it's only because I'm trying to doom harder a couple months from now.
Thanks, Ulrich. Yeah, I think we have Giorgiani on April 24th. I believe this is going to be at about 11 a.m. Pacific. We'll be firming up the time with him in the next couple of weeks. But yeah, we have Jason Giorgiani coming into the Doom Room. I'm super excited about it. It will be very, very interesting. Now, this space has been scheduled for a bit, at least a few weeks, and I think this is falling under Darren. I think Darren and Astral are doing some type of. It's not really a UFO Twitter week. What is it, Ulrich? Do you know what they're calling it?
I think it's
Awakening?
X Awakening.
Yeah, so X Awakening week. So we just happen to actually fall within that week. So I'm not sure if we're going to be working into the schedule. Darren mentioned possibly working in schedule, possibly not. I'm not really sure, but it will be that same week. So it'll be recorded for anyone who won't be able to join us if you happen to be on UFO aware. What is it? I'm
I
sorry,
think it's
not
X
Awakening
UFO
Awakening.
X.
Awakening X. Okay, so whatever
And
that ends up
I
being.
think UFO Twitter might be the following week. I think they're doing a double whammy.
Oh, okay, cool. So UFO Twitter week will be then the following week, perhaps. I'm not sure. So yeah, too bad our Johnny space was not scheduled for UFO Twitter week, but we'll see how it goes. So
And
yeah, that's super exciting.
please don't hate me. I hate daylight savings with a passion. With a passion. It's the first thing I would do if I became dictator of the world, abolish it. But I'm out at 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. I have to like 10 p.m. is my cutoff.
Okay,
Um
yeah, just do the math for me and give me a heads up, Ulrich, because I'm terrible at that. I can't even tell you
It's
how many.
111
5 p.m.
minutes from
now
now.
where I am.
Do you have any
Yeah.
idea how many podcasts I've scheduled where someone tells me, okay, I'm on Eastern, and then I actually do the math in my head, but it always goes backwards. So even though I know I'm Pacific time and I'm ahead of everybody, that ahead to me means before. So yeah, I totally screw up the time all the time. I try to leave it up to other people to work out the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think your time right now is 5:09, so I'm out at God, I think 7 p.m. your time. But
Two
please,
hours, two
yeah,
hours to doom.
I know.
Yeah,
I
that's as
know.
long as we have
But
Ulrich.
please don't like go by me. I just have to be more regimented because my life is falling apart. I put up a good front. I come across as, confident and arrogant. Some people think I'm even arrogant, but on the inside, like I have a hard time just getting to sleep and managing stuff. But yeah, that's it. I'm done. I will restrict my talking so we can get as much of the other guests as possible.
Yeah, don't restrict your talking. Jump in while you're here. So today we're going to talk to Amy. Welcome, Amy. Oh, we have Carolyn up here too. Let's give it Carolyn just 2 minutes to bitch about Alien Abduction Day. Apparently, it's a happy day, a happy Alien Abduction Day. I wanted to give Carolyn a couple minutes. So, me and Carolyn usually do Monday experiencer spaces, and I was on vacation for like 6 weeks, and then she had something, and I had something. We just haven't been able to get around to it. So, I did want to give her just a couple of minutes. Just, I don't know, is this a bitch session, Carolyn? Maybe you want to talk about Alien Abduction Day or what's been happening today behind the scenes. Super interesting stuff. Go ahead.
Thank you. No, I'll take my guess. It's a bit fest for me. Oh my God. Actually, I'm in a really great mood. I really truly am. It's been like 5, 6 days since any tomfoolery has taken place, and I'm really excited. Having said that, I saw your post this morning, and it's like, oh, I didn't know that was a thing. All right. And then I'm in another chat room, and I saw another post about Alien Election Day, only it was Happy Alien Election Day with, bells and whistles and exclamation points. And I was just like, what the heck? And then I saw something else, and it just hit me over the edge. And it's like, no, there's nothing happy. There's nothing happy about this. Whoever is saying this is not an abductee, and you can F right off because there is nothing happy to celebrate or anything about this. And then who was the French? Key that it should be Alien Abduction Awareness Day. And I can totally get on board with that. I can totally get on board with that because the term happy means, hey, we're going to celebrate. Whereas awareness is, hey, this is really happening. Why don't you pop in and let's talk about it, discuss it, and bring more awareness to it. So I've been kind of in a mood today. So I'm sorry, I'm a little, but thank you. I look forward to the space.
I don't blame you in the least. You are rugging, so I don't know if you plan on talking at all when Amy's. Feel free to stay up. We do collaborate a lot in our little chat um, with Amy. But you are rugging, Carolyn. So I don't know if you might need to reset
Okay,
or what you
I'll
might
uh,
need
I'll
to do.
recycle. That's not a problem.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so it's Happy Alien Abduction Day. Again, I do want to reiterate, I don't think that there's probably anything meant by that. I don't think anybody was meaning to be hurtful. But yeah, it's definitely not something to celebrate. I'm actually just happy it's on the calendar. That's fantastic. Let's bring awareness to it. If it's on the calendar, that's a good thing. So here we are. So Amy, we have a bunch of stuff to talk about today. I think we were going to talk about regression. And I'm going to say a few things before we get to Amy. So when it comes to regression, I don't think there's anybody saying that regression is any kind of 100% accurate technique or even a preferred technique. There are some people who actually think you can get more information, and I think that's true. You can get more information through regression than through people like me who just have conscious memories of the abductions. Nobody's saying this is 100% foolproof thing. There was a post earlier today, and I think that's also potentially why Carolyn is in an uproar, and I don't blame her at all. And the post said something like, we can't, most of the alien abduction research is based on regression, and that is a true statement. If you look at the percentage wise, most of the abduction research is based on regression. Now, how does someone get to regression? They get to regression by understanding and realizing something is wrong. Like, I'm waking up with marks on my body. A lot of people have screen memories. They might be dreaming of UFOs. They might be dreaming of gray aliens. They might be missing time. They might even have a witness, like a mom and a daughter driving down the road, and all of a sudden, they're 2 hours away and they don't know how they got there. There's usually a reason for someone to be regressed. It's not just out of the blue. There's usually some conscious memories and something going wrong in the environment. And that's why they approach a researcher and get regressed in the first place. So regression is not 100%. I don't even know what the percentage is. Tom, jump in if you want to on that. Maybe you know. And frankly, I have a really hard time with regression myself. Everyone has heard me say, well, most people, anyone who's listened to me in spaces has heard me say, I have a hard time with regression because I can't understand it. So I don't understand how a memory can be retrieved that's not just there in my conscious memory. And so after meeting up with Amy and hearing about her experiences and her experience with David Jacobs, who is a very well-known researcher in the field, he gave 50 years of his life to this topic of abductions. He did use regression all the time. He used it very frequently. He made his mistakes during regression. He believes that he learned a method that was very reliable, although not always reliable. So even though it's difficult for me to understand, I think what's important to understand is that the abduction research is not based solely on regression. Every one of the researchers, and I'll point out, David Jacobs had at least one person, and Amy can jump in on that. And Carla Turner had several abductees she worked with who were not relying solely on regression. And then you have people like me, you have people like Carolyn, you have people like the O'Leary brothers who have just recently joined the community who don't rely on regression at all. And so before I had even wrapped my mind around my own experiences, I had not come across any of the abduction research. And yet I was seeing things in my own conscious memories that match up very closely with people like Amy and people who have been regressed. When I'm reading Carla Turner's books or David Jacobs' books, I just go, oh my gosh, this is literally the story of my life. So I think it's important to understand that the abduction research is not based solely on regression. It is based on regression, and then there are many of us with conscious memories. And this is just a big puzzle that we want to fit together. We want to just look for, the overall themes of what we think might be going on, what what types of memories can be trusted. The aliens control our perception. So how do we gather all the puzzle pieces together, put it all together into big picture to try to figure out what's going on? So no one in this room, including Amy herself, is going to tell you that regression is the only way and it's the absolute best way, or that it's 100%. And I think she's actually going to start with a disclaimer. Amy, what did you want to say before we get started?
Yeah, so the biggest disclaimer is that I'm not a doctor, I'm not a psychiatrist, not a psychologist, not a nutritionist, not anything like that. So I just want to be clear, this isn't medical advice. It's not psychology advice at all. So I just need, and I'm gonna keep repeating that over and over. And I apologize if that sounds a little ridiculous, but it's just something that I think it's very important for people to understand, especially if they choose to take on their own like therapy, because the problem is that there's a lot of mainstream therapists that are gonna address this issue, unfortunately. So we're kind of left to our own devices, which is really sad because of the type of abuse the abductees can go through. But just to make sure, like this is I'm laying out what I've done with Jacobs and on my own, but it's not medical advice or, yeah, just to be clear.
Yeah, and I hope nobody would actually think that. So Amy's going to discuss today, she's going to discuss how she met up with David, uh, and I think some of his techniques, how he was, in Amy's opinion, David was very strict when it came to regression. He had techniques, he had a whole outline on how he did things. I actually find David Jacobs to be very credible in his work. When you read his books and you understand what he went through from the very beginning, where he made some mistakes, to the end of his career, because Amy was actually the last abductee to work with David Jacobs. He came out of retirement to work with her. I do think he refined his techniques. I think he was very aware of the pitfalls and the things that could happen during regression. And so I actually trust his work. I look at the totality of his work. And it's kind of creepy that it actually goes goes right along with people like me who have not been regressed. And so again, I think we just want to put the big picture together, pull these puzzle pieces from everywhere we can. And so Amy today, she's going to talk about the regression that she did with David, his techniques, how she now does her own regressions on herself without anybody involved. I think Amy will probably get into your confidence level on different things. And then we're going to talk about other people who have been regressed. So if anybody's had a look at the Bledsoe regression, that was done by Barbara Lamb, and you can actually see the difference in regression styles when you look at the different researchers. You can look at different researchers who like to lead um, the abductee and lead them down very strange and interesting roads. We have somewhere in there where Barbara Lamb is actually telling Chris Bledsoe to ask questions in real time of some entity that he saw, 12 years ago, asking that entity questions. And I think that's getting answered. So it can get crazy. It can get very unreliable. There are a lot of pitfalls, but let's jump in today with Amy go ahead and get started, Amy, on where you want to go with this. You want to first talk about David and his techniques and how you learned how to do this.
And Fringe, if I can make a small request, if it fits in somewhere, Amy, anything that you have to reveal about upcoming timelines, future predictions, because I'm pathologically addicted to future events and timelines. Please just find a way to squeeze it in if it fits.
And then, real quick, if you're waiting in the queue, please just be patient. We will let you up. I know a lot of people like to ask Amy questions. So go ahead, Amy.
Yeah, so just to begin with, I, with regard to David Jacobs, so I had read his books, and I have read several books, some on Labs. I read Barbara Bartholik's book, I think before David's. And it wasn't until I got to David's book that it it hit me so hard that I had to just pause wait, Can you hear me? Yeah. Um, I had to just pause every few paragraphs and take a break, have some tea, because I was shaking so hard when I was reading his books, because he goes into such detail about the hybrids more so than any other, especially the social aspects of hybrid behavior, that a lot of people, a lot of other researchers really did not go into. So I think that's why it hit me hard, because you know, I know a lot of people deal with grays more, but I dealt almost exclusively with hybrids, and especially one hybrid who's extremely abusive. So, you know, he touched on aspects of that phenomenon that a lot of researchers didn't touch on, and it really, like, it hit home and it made sense. Like, my whole life just started to make much more sense. And then when I was 12 years old, I kind of like was typing and I temporarily zoned out and I typed all this stuff. And when I sort of came to, I was reading it and I was like, what the hell? And it basically was, what I typed was that a man phased into my room. I was 12 years old, and took me to Walmart and then had me walk down the toy aisle, asking me about toys, which is a weird thing to like write out, right? Um, and then years later, I read David's book, and you know he talks a lot about abductees showing hybrids how to shop, and I'm like, oh my god, you know. So that on top of everything else, that kind of like hit close to home. You know, that's my personal story in terms of like, this is before I even did regression with David. But yeah, no, it's
Amy,
it's
that
definitely.
Walmart thing got a lot of people because it got me. I was like, what am I doing at Walmart with the aliens? This makes no sense. This has to be a screen memory. This can't be real. This makes no sense at all. And there are so many things, Amy, you know, just being in the chat, us being in the chat together, there are so many things that don't make sense to me. They are not what I expect to see, and yet there it is. And I can hit you up and go, Amy, what the hell is this? This is what I saw. Oh, yeah, yep, they have that. And so, again, I just want to reiterate for everyone, this isn't about only people who have conscious memories, only people who have only regression. This is a big picture, and so much of it just matches up. I think it would be foolish to ignore an abductee who has most of their memories from regression. Amy, can you give us a little bit of background on your own issues you were having before you were ever regressed with David? You just mentioned this thing that happened to you at 12 years old, before you knew about aliens, before you had ever met David Jacobs, or was exposed to that, you were not exposed yet to this material. And then I think as an adult, you were experiencing bruising and marks on your body and things like this that long before you were ever regressed with David Jacobs.
Yeah, so I mean, I've had some like weird stuff throughout my childhood and into adulthood. It escalated. It like got more and more blatant into adulthood. And I think one of the reasons, like the worst was 2010 actually. That year, for some reason, there was just so much backlash from them, but this was way before I had any clue about the abduction phenomenon. But I basically like once woke up with a welt on my cheek bone. And David and I did that regression. I got punched for talking back. Another time, like in literally in that semester, I woke up with the back behind my ear bleeding and just itching so bad for some odd reason. And then years later, I read Carla Turner's book, and she has a abductee told her about new implants getting put in, and she showed the diagram. It's exactly the same spot that my scar is at. And then burn marks, bruises, some things that I'm not willing to talk about here. Like, just, it was a really terrible semester. So that, despite all that being like condensed into one semester, all that messing around, it didn't click. It had to like get really, really bad before it finally clicked for me. And I finally started to look into my case. And thankfully, I came across Carissa Conti's book. Um, I think it's called, well, her website is called In Two Worlds, I think. Tom, can you like, I'm sorry, my memory.
Yeah, it's intoworlds.net, like the number two worlds.net, and her book is Chasing Phantoms.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, my mind was blinking. But yeah, I basically, Googled missing time bruises, and and I looked at images to see, because the bruises were so unique. And her images came up pretty close to the top, which I doubt that would happen now, because I feel like there's active suppression of this information. And I was just really, really grateful to have like come across her information, because both her and Tom are just so concise, and they don't pigeonhole themselves into one track. They definitely consider multiple possibilities, and so that helped me kind of like hone in on like what was happening to me uniquely. But other people, and that's something you have to understand, that um, I'm in a very, very unique program and situation. I don't have the MyLabs. I've never seen reptilians. They're very protective of where I am, who I interact with, like everything like that. So, like my case might not match yours, is what I'm saying. But it was really great that Carissa kind of like just explained her story, her personal story, and then also offered up some other possibilities. And then she had mentioned David Jacobs, which is how I got to read his book. And at that time, I was going to a psychologist. She has a PhD in neuroscience and specializes in EMDR therapy. So I was like, kind of really excited. And EMDR is eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. It's a really complex um, title, but it's a therapeutic approach. And so I was doing like one regression session with her, but she was basically like leading me. This is a professional with a PhD, obviously, and specializes in neuroscience. Like I thought, like I hit gold with her, and we did the regression, and she was like heavily leading me, because she could not believe that a man, like basically we were looking into a bruise that came up and just appeared overnight on the inner thigh in its thumbprint shape. And so she could not believe that a man could enter into a locked apartment in the middle of the night. So she assumed it was a childhood memory. And I'm like, I have the photo of the bruise. Like, and of course, the possibility exists that I did it myself. So um, obviously, I wanted to kind of like take care of any um, outliers. So I went to the doctor. I told her I get bruising. So she had my blood work checked. There was no issues. And so my next step was to use video surveillance to, basically catch myself doing something to myself. Because I was also like, at that time, I started checking my body before going to bed. And when I woke up, and I found that 60% of the marks showed up while I was supposedly asleep. So, of course, the natural thing to do is to be like, well, I'm probably doing this myself. Right. So, once I started to set up surveillance, though, that's when things really ramped up. Um, that's basically when I'd basically like, well, the abuse ramped up, but also I would set up the surveillance, and literally not even 5 minutes later, a helicopter would come out of nowhere and start circling just over and over again. And I had lived in that apartment for like 6 months, no helicopter activity until I started to do things. So it's like a really weird coincidence. And since then, it just escalated to a massive degree. And of course, that that just like made me angrier. I don't know what their objective was because it just did the opposite. It was, I mean, obviously to intimidate, but so yeah, so basically, like, because the therapist was not helping me, I had already amassed a decent amount of research. So after a while, I reached out to David, not assuming anything because I was, I'm sure he was like retired. So, and I didn't want to bother him, but I was like just presenting my data to him. He wrote back, and we talked back and forth for a little while, and then he decided to come out of retirement to work with me. And I think like part of the reason is because I had already, he could see I was really serious about it, and I had already kind of like had a methodical way of investigating. So the him willing to do regression was kind of really helped me in that regard, because it helped me become a better investigator as well. Um, and so, yeah. So the first, like, I'm trying to think how I want to present
So
this.
Amy, while your brain is on fire, I'd like to point out a couple things. Well, first of all, if anybody in this room knows who Charlie Parrish is, I'm sure most people here will know who Charlie Parrish is. Charlie Parrish is, a debunker. He just go to his page, just read his stuff, and you'll see who Charlie Parrish is. I like to point out that Charlie Parrish has personally looked at the research that Amy did during this time period. And Amy, frankly, I don't know. I know you started a little bit in advance, and maybe you were doing some research prior to David and then research after David. I'm not sure how that went. But Charlie has actually looked at Amy's research, and Charlie has said um, that he highly respects Amy and her research, and he found it very credible. And he has actually said that if Amy's research is not 100% fabricated, like just out of whole cloth, that she's got something there. I mean, he has no way of knowing, right? But he found her to be very methodical, and he found her research to be credible. And so I think that's important. When you have a debunker actually travel across the country and come look at your research and say, oh, wow, I think you have something here. This is interesting. I do also like to point out, this is very personal for Amy, but I like to share it because there are debunkers in the room right now. That Amy actually used some material that we would normally use in law enforcement for a rape kit. And she used this during her own investigation of her own case, just to be able to see that a lot of this activity is, in fact, physical. These are physical sexual assaults happening to women. This is not happening in our minds. It's not psychological. It's not, DID. This is actually happening. And so Amy did a lot of extensive research. And I just think it's important to point out that even a debunker in our community has commended her on it. And go ahead, Amy. Hopefully your brain's not on fire.
Yeah, and also I'm gonna be posting quite a few things in the chat. Um, we'll see how that works. But I already posted 4 links that is like detailed write up on how how I do regression with David, and then how I do it on my own. So if you're interested in reading, it's a lot of reading. So that's another reason why I'm doing this, just because for some people it's easier just to listen.
And
Um,
Amy, again, I'm interrupting because I think you said something today that I thought was very profound. You said, you know what? We have a right to know. And even if we're not getting 100% accurate information, we have a right to know. And so I'd say most of us have our memories completely wiped, and we don't know what's going on. And we do have a right to know. And right now, this is the avenue. This is what we have. Perhaps in the future, we'll have better technologies or better avenues to figure out what happened even though my memory was wiped. But this is what we have right now. So go ahead, Amy.
I'm going to gently disagree with you, Fringe.
Oh, go ahead.
We have a need to know, because the only rational explanation for what's going on is replacement. And when somebody is raping you and taking literally your progeny and your genetic material, it transcends human rights. It is an existential need for everybody to know what the fuck is going on.
Couldn't agree more. Go ahead, Amy.
Yeah, definitely, Ulrich. So I just want to point out that regression is used in crime investigation. You can read pretty much any forensics book. There's one that I was reading on homicide investigation just to get some pointers on forensic investigation, and the author points out that in in one case where regression was used in how he was able to gather physical evidence and solve the crime. Now, so in crime investigation, regression, like what it comes up in regression, isn't going to be used in court of law, right? And thank God, right? um, but if it allows the investigator to leads them to a crime or to evidence, then it's a really valid tool. So um, the problem is that investigating this is a little difficult forensically. I was able to use the rape kit because they're basically serial offenders, and I had already developed like a methodology to pretty much prevent them from coming around using surveillance and Villastat. And then I basically set up an experiment where I prevented them from coming around, and then I would stop using those preventive measures, and sure enough, they'd come around. And just I was hoping that this dye, it's called toluene blue, would basically just keep them from even wanting to mess with me. Unfortunately, because they're not leaving evidence behind, they didn't give a shit. Excuse my language. But they so I did this experiment over and over to confirm that it wasn't like a fluke. And I would basically and this is very personal, but I'm just laying it out there. This is how I used this dye to investigate my own case. I basically would swab before while using preventive measures, and then after a while stop the preventive measures and then swab again, and it showed a clear staining pattern. And toluene blue stains in the presence of nucleic acids when the cells are burst open. So when there's skin abrasions, and it's used in crime investigation. It's not used to prove rape, but it's used to kind of further understand the nature of the crime. So that's how that's used. I just want to be clear. And that's how regression is used in crime investigation. Now, as I said, forensic investigation is really difficult for abductees because first of all, you have to know that the crime even happened, right? You have to have the memory, which most abductees don't. And then if you do have the memory, you have to have the right materials, and then you also have to have knowledge of how to gather that material. It's really intense. I've looked into it. I even considered going into forensics. And then you have to have a lab to investigate, because there's a few things you can use without a lab, but most things, most like genetic testing, you have to have a lab. And so there's just a lot of, it's just difficult to do. Let's just say that. But in regression can also be helpful in at least compiling for multiple people, compiling a compelling case for the phenomenon, right? And then also personally, it has helped me resolve a lot of like personal issues, relationship issues I've had throughout my life. So just facing what's happening has done incredible for me, and totally, like, I did a 180 basically on my life. Um, and I'm forever grateful for David for being willing to do this with me, because I couldn't I couldn't get with a therapist who would take this seriously, which is very unfortunate. So I'm going to move on it into like how David did the regression specifically. Um, so basically, um, he would start with like getting me, because it's going to be difficult for someone who first does it, because there's going to be a lot of blocks, and I think part of that block is self-imposed, because potentially what's happening is so traumatic that your brain is not even going to want to look at it. It's protecting you from seeing what's happening. And then other blocks could be imposed by them, and they're very intense about their security measures, and especially memory recall. So they're gonna like do whatever they can to make sure that you don't remember. And then to like they even do like hypnotic suggestion, but they'll like do it like so that you're not consciously aware of what they're doing, which that would like kill whatever they're attempting to do. So they kind of like bypass your conscious awareness, and you could tell that they're doing something. They're communicating to almost like a different part of your brain that you just can't quite access. And I think it's because they're trying to like hypnotically suggest um, things. So probably likely so you don't remember. So it makes it really hard to get over that block initially. And I struggled with it with David. So to start with, David would do like a body relaxation technique, which is like, your he would say like your feet are feeling heavy, your legs, your torso, your arms, like that kind of thing, like a progressive relaxation technique. And then he would slowly count from 10 to 1, and like have me visualize that I'm stepping down like some stairs. And then once we got to 0, he would have me walk out onto like we chose a beach. It's one of my favorite places, so it's very comfortable. The temperature is perfect. The water is just soft, so everything's just to calm you down, right, and to get you into a relaxed state. And then typically we would work on a memory where until I got to understand how to do it. We would work on a memory where I knew pretty much, like, I knew exactly when it happened. Typically, it would be like, because if I got a mark during the night, we know to explore it that night, right? So, and that kind of helped us like anchor into a specific time. Um, and then he would always start before the suspected event, and I think it's to basically ground me in objective reality. So he wouldn't just go straight to like, so what do you think happened? He wouldn't do that. He would like ask me, okay, uh, what are you doing getting ready for bed? Who's with you? Stuff like this. And that really kind of helps you ground, because what you know what he's in terms of regression, he's interested in getting data, um, hopefully objective data, right, in terms of what happened to you, what did your brain um, like encode, and remember, just based on all your sensory data. And so he would start right before then, and I still do that technique myself. And then chronologically, this is like it's going to be so tightly chronological and so detailed that he would walk me through everything, like, are the lights on or off, or what color are the lights, like it was so detailed that if like, I'm shocked he didn't fall asleep, honestly, just listening, because he's just making sure that I'm not skipping. So he's like, and that was one of the issues he would have when he first started doing it. And just to mention that he learned it from Bud Hopkins, and Bud Hopkins learned it from a psychiatrist, I think. I don't know who exactly. So the technique is learned from a professional, and then they just used it with people. So, and of course, I signed a consent form, like informed consent, like David's not a therapist, la da da, la di da, like, um, so then,
Amy, let me interrupt you real quick because
mhm.
a lot of people will say, well, David had no business doing any kind of regression. He wasn't a trained hypnotherapist. He didn't have a license for that. What is your response to that before we move on?
Well, I mean, like that's why he, in fact, he asked me several times because he wanted me to make sure. He's like, once we start, there's no going back. And so, and he's like, and I basically signed a consent, like he's not liable for whatever happens. And I knew it, like I knew it going in, but because mainstream therapists, there's practically no one available. There are a few, but it's, I mean, and not to mention, I didn't have the money, and David doesn't charge, Bud didn't charge. So, like, I mean, I also signed a consent form that any information that he gets to write in the book. So of course he's going to protect my identity, but so I went in it like fully knowing, with full informed consent, and he asked me several times to make sure that I knew what I was going into, and I think in that respect it's fine. It's the problem is if there's no informed consent, and people, like someone and that's why I made the disclaimer earlier, like, you have to have informed consent when you start doing this stuff. So I don't think I was willing to take the risk, because I had informed consent.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And I also like to point out, okay, so where are our resources? If the community only wants me to use someone who's a certified hypnotherapist or whatever the term is, because I don't even know what the term is, to be honest, who also believes, in the possibility of an alien abduction, because I'm going to be walking them down a very weird road. Where are my resources? And there just aren't any. And so this is what we're left with. And thank God for David Jacobs, who is willing to work with Amy. So I like to throw that out there as well. If I were ever going to get a regression, I would love to have someone who's certified in everything possible, who's not going to lead me, who's not going to ask me, to contact an entity in real time for something that happened, 20 years ago, and who's not going to make all the mistakes, and who's very well aware of the issues we could have with regression. But as far as I'm aware, we just don't have that. We don't have a lot of people who are doing a great job with this. Amy or Tom, jump in on that if they're out there and I'm just not aware of it.
There is someone out in LA. I'm blanking on her name. And I
Yvonne, are you talking
actually,
about Yvonne Smith?
yeah.
Yeah, so I think she's going to be right along those lines of David Jacobs. She might have some certifications and stuff like that. So you're probably right about that. I think Lori McDonald has some certifications as a hypnotherapist. I think there are a handful out there, but we just don't have a lot of resources. So, okay, Amy, sorry to interrupt you again. I know you have notes, so I don't mind interrupting because I know you can go right back.
Yeah, so basically, sorry to digress, but back to the session. So he would just like walk me, and he wouldn't allow me to skip over. Obviously, if it came to an uncomfortable, like I'm dealing with a very uncomfortable situation, he can kind of tune into that, and he wouldn't like force me to talk about it. But like his whole goal was to make sure that, because he found like early in his career that he would be working with someone, and then they would be going along chronologically, and all of a sudden they're in a whole different situation, and he's like, wait, how'd you get there? And he would have to back the person up, and then move them chronologically through. So, and I could see, I mean, Ganga might be able to confirm this, but I could see how that is an aspect of, in fact, maybe during the regression, the NHI could be actively attempting blocking and skipping anything to kind of like prevent people from like seeing what's happening. I could see potentially that being the case. And in fact, the first session that David and I did, we were literally just about to do it. And then right across from me, two young men started to bang on someone's door, not just a few times, for like 5 minutes. Like, who does that, right? And literally, as we were, and so, and of course, I've had other situations since then, and I believe that, the hybrids will show up in public just to piss you off, like, or intimidate you. But they definitely didn't want us looking into it. And a few times I've had a helicopter circling above, which is such a nuisance when you're trying to relax. So yeah, but I think like it's very, in general, it's very, very important to stay chronological, stay detailed. Now, there's a way, if someone was to take this on by themselves, I think it's important to kind of understand um, how regression works. And I think I would advise like someone looking into a memory that's not like anxiety induced or anything like that, just normal. You're walking through the grocery store, right? And so you when you get relaxed and you start like chronologically walking yourself through what happened at the grocery store, you're going to be amazed how much your brain um like like encodes, and like how many memories it stores that you don't like outright remember. It would be too much information, right? If we remembered every little detail. But it's like if you relax and then you hone in on a specific time frame, it's incredible. Like you just have to do it just to like try that, because it's amazing how much detail you get. And then you're like thinking as you're walking through, you're like, oh yeah, like this happened and I saw this person, they said this, like wow, like it just opens up like a flower, all these memories. And so that's kind of helpful to sort of get used to how it works before you explore potential memory that could be you know traumatic or at least anxiety inducing. So yeah. So I wanted to talk about, I don't know if that's like was clear enough in terms of how oh, okay. Well, basically during the session, he's gonna like he's basically, if I come up to like a block, he'll basically just kind of nudge me along because he I'd be like, I'm seeing this, but it's just like it doesn't seem real, like or, like it doesn't, like it's so bad what's happening, or it's so intense, or like so freaky. um so I would have this block, I wouldn't be able to move forward, and he's like, we can talk about it later, just tell me what is happening. So it was important not to, because you can always analyze everything afterwards. So just to say what is happening, and if you want to do it on your own, like record it, um, and then afterwards, like then you can kind of analyze what came up. So because the analysis can kind of like yeah, it could block you, it could slow you down. So, and he would basically slowly get me out of regression at the end of the event. And he was very careful to make sure to do that, even if the session went past our time. So yeah.
How does it feel, Amy? How does it feel to be regressed? What are you thinking in the moment? Are you visualizing? Are you seeing things replay? Does it feel just like a memory if I were to remember what I did last week? How does it feel?
Yeah, it's like, but it's very vivid, but it's like a memory that you're calling that happened like last week. And it's interesting because, and I'll go into this later about alters, but he's worked with a lot of people, and he said that a lot of people are kind of like in zombie mode. So when they're doing regression, they're even like have slurred speech, slow, like barely coherent. Whereas he's worked with others who are very, very alert. I'm one of the alert ones, and but it's really interesting. Like I'd be like super alert, like going through the regression, but my body's like completely just out. Like it's really like because coming out of regression, I'm like, wow, like I feel like I've just slept. Like because it's just I'm in a relaxed state, but I'm the memory that recovering, I'm completely alert. So I'm talking like normally like this.
And then did you ever feel like he was leading you or that he wanted you to go in a particular direction? So I like to point out when it comes to David, if you look at his early writings, he was not, number one, he started out not convinced about alien abduction. Number two, he was very ambivalent about any type of agenda or what they might want here, or what they might be doing. It took him 50 years to get to a point where he became afraid for his own children. When he realized what was going on, and that was after hundreds of abductees he has worked with, it took him that long to go, oh my gosh, I can't believe what's happening. And I'm obviously paraphrasing his introductions to his books, but he did not start out in this camp. He didn't. He became convinced of it through his research. So I posted something the other day where I asked Grok to synthesize the research, and I picked three what we would call love and light abductees, and I picked three what we would call like alien agenda, negative alien agenda researchers. Sorry, and Grok came to the conclusion that if you take all that research together, what becomes fairly clear is they're creating hybrids. And so I think when David wrapped his mind around, okay, wow, they seem to be creating hybrids. Now, what are these hybrids doing here? But this took him years. So I think when we have the love and light researchers versus the negative alien agenda research, you always have to be looking for their bias and where they might want to lead you. They might want to be leading you down a certain road or to confirm their own bias. What did you think about that?
I mean, and like full disclosure, I had read his books prior to working with him. So, of course, confabulate or yeah, that his influence and confabulation is a factor, especially in the age of internet. That's just something to keep in mind. I never like he was careful to be impartial. Oh, hello.
That was an accident, Amy.
Oh, it's like, what did I just say? Um, he did so. Bud Hopkins, I believe John Mack, someone else, they came up with a strategy in terms of working with new abductees to make sure that they're working with someone who can't be led. So they would actually like start working with them normally, and then throughout the session, they would just like randomly throw in a leading question. And because they had compiled a lot of data from, and this was before the internet, just keep that in mind, before any books on the topic, because these researchers, I mean, I think John Mack is dead too, right? Bud Hopkins, um, Dave is quite, old. So um, but they had compiled a bunch of data, and they saw consistencies. And so when they would start working with an abductee or someone claiming to be, they would occasionally throw in a leading question. This is just in the beginning because they don't want to work with someone who can be led, because then they cannot fully trust what's coming up. And also, David made sure that if he's like only heard something for the first time, he's just going to put it on the back burner. He didn't include in his books. So there was a lot of information that he was just like, this is the first time I've heard it. And, he has to hear it from several people that aren't related to each other before he feels that it's information that is potentially valid, and he would include it in his book.
So did you feel like he was being as impartial as he could be, fairly methodical? I mean, as a researcher yourself, were you impressed with how he did things? Was there something lacking? Are there things he could have been doing better?
Yeah, no, he was pretty like fairly impartial. It's it's difficult to do because they're also trying to, and he wasn't trying to be a therapist, but like after the fact, we would be talking about it, and he would um like try to console and stuff like that because it's gonna end up being a therapy session anyways, just because like you're just discussing some intense stuff. Um, but yeah, I mean, I can't think of anything off the top of my head that he could have done better. Maybe being slightly more impartial, maybe. But he did pretty good. Um, and I mean, and like I read through the Bledsoe regression, and like I would say he was definitely way more impartial than um, Barbara Lamb. Instantly as I was reading, I was like, I'm seeing a lot of leading questions. She didn't like ground him, Bledsoe, in like kind of like start before the suspected event. And so that would ground him in objective reality. She went straight for the suspected event. So, that's a little like dicey. And then, of course, you said it earlier, like she had asked him to talk to basically a past memory. And I'm like, that's not regression. Now, there are hypnotic therapy techniques where the therapist wants you to talk to, say, like an alter or an aspect of yourself. So there is benefit to therapy in terms of, but to ask basically something that's not you from a past memory, that makes no sense to me. Like then you're just like in la la land, in my opinion. You're not actually like concerned about gaining potentially like valid objective data that the abductee is dealing with, right? And I'm not saying that David's is like foolproof by any means, but it's just how Barbara did it. I'm like, it's like one step away from um, what I think would be proper regression if you want like accurate data. But there are therapeutic techniques that it's, so I'm not like, you know, I'm not against it. I'm just like, it depends on what your objective is
Yeah, I
when you
think
do the
there's a
regression.
difference. So I tried to do regression. I think most people have followed me for a while know this. I tried to do regression. I wanted to know, so I love knowing what I know. I love that I have conscious memories, but what happens in the dark? We've talked about this before, Amy. You know so much more about what goes on than I do, and there are times when I'm glad I don't know what's going on potentially. But tried to do regression. I think I had 15 or 20 sessions or something booked from December of 2022 to February, March, April or so of 2023. I attended every single one of those sessions, never once got regressed. It was very interesting, what came up every single time because I never got a single regression. Um, but there was an instance where she wanted me to address my childhood self, like my inner child type thing. And I do find that could be therapeutic. So I'm sure that's a technique that therapists use. But when I'm supposed to say, okay, what happened 20 years ago? Okay, here I am. I'm walking through the park. I see a UFO. Oh, I'm seeing a gray entity. Oh, well, why don't you ask that gray entity what it wants with you? Okay, okay, that's bizarre. Hey, gray alien, what do you want with me? And then they come up with answers. So where is that coming from? I think that's a little too much. That's a little much for me. It seems a little hokey, but a lot of people do it. So it just kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about where are the good people? Where are the good therapists, the regressionists, the people do have their certifications, people who are not going to lead us, people who are not going to ask us to talk to an entity that doesn't, we don't even know if that entity even exists anymore. So, yeah, here I am rambling.
Yeah, I mean, it is odd to me, because yeah, that's not regressionist, like in terms of getting, you know, objective data. That's yeah. Um, so let's see what's next. Sorry, I have to like look at my notes 1 second.
Hey, Tom, did you want to comment on anything that we've talked about so far?
Well, just that it took David Jacobs 50 years, right, to get to that final conclusion, and he was one of the top guys, and so was John Mack and Bud Hopkins. So it took them that long to even develop a pretty reliable protocol for things. So it doesn't surprise me that a lot of other hypnotherapists that are out there that maybe they haven't had as much experience in this field, right? So if someone like Lamb is going to lead the subject, or others aren't even going to be in this field to begin with, well, it doesn't surprise me because it's difficult, it's dangerous work. I mean, it is dangerous. I mean, anytime you interfere with the alien agenda to too much of a degree, as we saw with Carla Turner and probably John Mack as well, bad things can potentially happen, right? So it's a hazardous field, and there's not too many people that are into it that can provide these services. And if they do, chances are they're not going to be as objective or impartial as David Jacobs was. Right. So it's a difficult situation. The only thing I could say about it is that if we wait just a couple of years, potentially, you could potentially have an AI type David Jacobs that repeatedly and objectively can hypnotize a person without leading them if you train them on that. So who knows? Maybe there is a solution coming up, but right now it is a difficult situation.
Yeah, that's a great point, Tom. I'm actually looking forward to that day, something that we could use AI for, where we could just have the AI objectively collect data from us. That would be phenomenal.
And I mean, I would say like the therapist or the regressionist is very, very useful, especially in the beginning when you're trying to like understand how it works. That's why I say, explore memories that aren't like, special. Just very down to earth, very normal. And that will help you kind of get a grasp on how to do it. And then you can start because it's a lot of just the unknowns that, and then of course I said, self-imposed and them imposed fear of even looking into it, and they're very very strict about it. But yeah, so I think it's definitely possible to do on your own, but it's really helpful to have someone to work with initially. But once you get the gist of how it works, then it's very easy to do on your own.
So,
Um,
do you want to go into that, Amy, now about what you do just when you're trying to recover a memory, now that you've already worked with David so many
yeah,
times?
yeah. So honestly, if I do regression regularly, it sometimes just happens. Especially when I'm doing something mundane like driving, which is kind of inconvenient, or chores, because that's gonna like repetitive um, tasks put you in a more relaxed state. And if I habituate myself to do regular regression, if if something happens, memories are going to start pop up while I'm not even attempting it. That's what it's kind of gotten to. And I'll have like flashbacks, um, which then will like prompt all these images, and then but to like do it properly, I'll like lay down. I don't even need to do the like relaxation method. It's kind of instantaneous because it's like I've become habituated to it. And then I always start right before the suspected event, and I walk myself very carefully, just like I did with David, through exactly what I did. And then I'm just like, you get into that mode of, and then what happened? And then what happened? And before you know it, you've gone through the regression, and then you're looking back at it and you're like, holy crap, like all this stuff came up. So that's why it's very, very important. Don't go straight to the suspected event. Start before. That's very, very helpful. Um, Now, that being said, sometimes it's really like, because I'm not like heavily researching, I'm very like busy with other things. So I might not be 100% aware that something happened until I'm getting these like flashbacks, and then, there's a mark or something. So then I'm like, okay, I don't feel like doing this for hours trying to figure out when exactly it happened by walking through, every single like memory I have of that day or prior days. So sometimes I'll use a mark, like a bruise, as the anchor point. So in that respect, it's still like it's something that's physical. And so I'll like basically lay down, I'll relax, and I think about that mark, and I just relax my brain, no assumptions whatsoever. That's very important. And then just ask, like, how did I get this? And I just kind of like let whatever flow. But no, it's very important not to assume, because it could have just happened normally. And I've even like done this strategy before, and it turns out I just like bumped into something, but I was too busy, and so I was not aware of um myself bumping into it. Like sometimes that's come up. So yeah, so that's another strategy, but it's better if you can like figure out when that time frame, potential time frame, and then start right before and then walk through chronologically.
So, Amy, is this like, I think regression sounds kind of spooky. I'm not sure. I think it does. I think it sounds, I don't know, just kind of weird, kind of woo. But what you're describing right now actually reminds me of, if I were to be missing my keys, I might stop and go, wait a minute, where was I? What did I do? Okay, I just did this. Oh, and then I went here and then I went there. And oh, I think I must have left my keys, by the front door, because maybe you were going through that period in an unconscious way, not really paying attention. But if I stop, we've all done this, right? Well, where were you? What did you do last? When was the last time you saw them? It kind of sounds like that. Is that how it feels? Or do you feel like you're completely off in, la la land, not even in touch with reality when you're doing this?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I've used that strategy to find keys. So I've actually done that, or to like find jewelry that I like dropped. Yeah, I'll like walk through, because I kind of have a sense of when I dropped it or when I lost it. And yeah, it's very useful technique.
So it's similar to that. You're not off in the woo or anything. You're actually right there in your right mind, just trying to remember what just happened. Only you're trying to remember what happened, maybe yesterday or a week ago or something.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why it's so important to do it, like just place yourself in reality prior to the event, prior to the missing time, you know. So then that's going to help you as you get into the potential um, memory, because your brain's already in that mode of like just relaying all the sensory data that it has for you.
So overall, how much do you trust what you get in regression, what you got with David in regression, and then what you can get right now today in regression?
Um, that's a tough question. I mean, I've had certain instances where like whatever came up in regression, um, yeah, like reality basically confirmed it. In one instance, I this was when I started to do forensic investigation, particularly latent print. Now, with that, you're not going to get the suspect, so it's it's slightly useless, but I was just like exploring the potentials of it. And I had one regression where so during that time I was wearing metal stilettos, very thin stilettos because they're basically weapons. And the like it was just my little experiment. And so the hybrid came in, but he was basically staying away from me because I'm a danger. Um, but he at one point I was finding it really hard to stand on my carpet for a long period of time. And so he pulled up a chair, and he held it in a really weird way. And I remember like him like during the regression, I'm like, so I see him touching the chair, and I'm like, and I think I need to dust that. And then he was with another hybrid who instantly like honed in on me. He's like, "What?" And I had to quickly scrub my brain. Like I had to focus on anything else but that because I didn't want him to know what I wanted to do with that print. So I was just like, I refused to think about it. That's very important. And he was just like, he got super pissed because he couldn't figure out what I had just thought about. And so, of course, after the regression, I'm like, okay. Well, it was a black chair, so I couldn't use my black powder. So I had to use a fluorescing powder to dust for prints. Sure enough, there was a print. It did not match mine. It was definitely a male's. And there was only two other guys that I knew that had access to my apartment, two guy friends. And so I had them like they were very gracious and allowed me to like get their prints. And at least based on what I saw, now you got to take that with a grain of salt. Their prints didn't match. And I had never seen them like grab a chair in a weird way like that. This was like a a way of grabbing the chair that just it's just not normal. Like most people, I don't know, it wasn't normal. And I have pictures and stuff I could show.
Amy,
So
I have to ask, and friends, you might know this. I have no idea. How can you tell from a print alone that a thumbprint is male?
well, it's the sheer size of it. Because I
Okay.
without touching it, like I kind of got my hands near it. My like it was way bigger than my hand.
Okay.
Um,
Totally fine.
yeah. So so then I took images, and Charlie was really helpful. Like he knows someone in criminal investigation, so we sent out the prints to that person. Unfortunately, and of course the prints are not going to show us any. I mean, it's just kind of, it's not worth doing. I'm just saying. But it was like it was interesting to do, and to see this correlation. But they basically said that because it's a fluorescing powder, it's the images are just not clear enough for them to get anything like clear from it. So it was a dud. But that's just to say, like, I was able at least um to like have that regression, and then sure enough there's prints, and it's a weird like weird way to like pick up a chair. And yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah, so it was
So
enough to convince you that you had some, at least some faith in that regression, because that was the question, and I think that's a perfect answer.
yeah, yeah. And of course it's not going to be 100%. Like if anything, I would say like I'm 80%. um you know because there's been other instances where it's just like, okay, what showed up pretty much confirms. Okay. So 80%. um so moving forward, the last few years, something okay, beginning of 2021, something started to change in terms of what I saw in regression, but also I stopped getting bruises all of a sudden when before it was just constant. And based on what was coming up in regression, the security hybrid all of a sudden totally changed his behavior He basically, anytime he started to get mad, he would like raise his hands and back up. And he would just be like, I'm not mad. It's okay. It's okay. And I'm like, what? Like, it was just like before he would just like instantly get triggered by anything I did and use pain compliance, which is like digging his thumb into sensitive areas of the body and just keep it holding it there. And it causes excruciating pain without like serious damage. And yeah, all of a sudden he stopped and I'm like, well, that's odd. And he did that for like 6 months and then it started again, but I had also started to do remote viewing or attempting to, and they didn't like that. So the bruising started again. And then about like another year or so, I started to see some, like he basically disappeared. Like he stopped showing up. And I even like felt it, which is of course anecdotal, but it's like, how like when you go to work or something and you're dealing with a person you don't like, and that like their energy, like even if you're not recalling any clear memories of them, you still feel like just this multifaceted perception of who they are and how they affect you. It's like that all of a sudden stopped. And of course, I hate this guy's guts. So, like, it was just like a breath of fresh air. And of course, at that point, I started to see in flashbacks basically someone I knew down here showing up on board, which is weird. And of course, I did not trust that. Um, and so I'm thinking, okay, it's just a weird random flashback. But it just kept coming up. And whenever I would do the regression, I'd be like, I'm seeing this person I know down here on board, which is odd. And now I don't know if one of you have read Eve Lorgan's book, Dark Side of Cupid is one book. But she talks about how the aliens, they manipulate everything else, right? And she has cases where they have manipulated human relationships, um, particularly like romantic relationships. Now, I've read her book and I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Like, I could see a validity to that, considering how manipulative they are. But I was like, that's not my case because I'm dealing with a security hybrid who basically made it very clear no matter what I do, he was never gonna let me go. And all of a sudden, he was basically forced out by someone else. And then, like, for the past few years, it's just constant. And I'll see flashbacks of seeing this person. And so at that point, considering all the regression I've done, I'm like, I need a second validation, a second way. And of course, at that point, I've been talking to you, Fringe, quite a bit. And, you know, been interested about like your ability to have conscious recall. And so that kind of like got me into looking into an alternative way of gaining memories, just a second validation, because I don't want just the one regression. I think it's important to have different um, ways to validate the data, right? Um, so,
So before
yeah.
we go there, Amy, if you want to start talking about that, let's Tiff, Ulrich, you got a half hour left. Do you want to hit Amy with anything before we run out of time? Tiff, do you have any questions? Tom, do you want to jump in?
I mean, the one thing I would want to ask Amy is what's the bleeding edge for you right now? I know you collected a lot of electronic data, a lot of missing dark data. And I know you, and I have to, I'm sorry to, this is a touchy subject. I know you flush disclosure down the toilet, but but what is the main I meant that literally. I didn't mean that metaphorically, people. So what is the main thing? What are you most interested right now? What are what's the bleeding edge for you? Are you still focusing on collecting data and dark data, or are you focusing on something else? Because I know you have a scientific background as well.
Yeah, right now I'm focused more on because I'm not in a lab, so I can't really do any of that like forensic stuff. But I'm really focused on first testing these like discs that someone in the community developed. And I'm going to talk about that a little later. Hopefully I don't see him on here, but hopefully he'll pop in and talk about it. But so I'm testing that. And then I'm still very much like, I want to develop a strategy for myself to get to conscious recall. Just, I want that, like, and when I mean conscious recall, I mean like in the moment, recalling, like basically working memory, instead of flashbacks, regression, or, like vivid blips of memory, but it's
And
like
does
after
that
the
mean
fact.
you're experimenting with drugs? I don't mean illegal drugs. I mean, are drugs? Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
I mean, basically, yeah. I mean, it's drugs. I mean, people
have you
call it whatever they want, but it is, yeah.
have you looked into nicotine? There's a lot about nicotine triggering acetylcholine and making
Mm,
memory recall easier, especially for. I experimented with nicotine a lot when I was legally doing DMT.
mm,
It helps because DMT, you have a similar problem where there's a memory
mm,
wiping that takes place. I'm
mm.
just curious about that.
Um, I mean, my concern would be the addictive properties of nicotine. Um, I would
Yeah, I
have
mean
to like
that's
look into it.
justified. Nicotine is highly addictive, right? It triggers dopamine. But it might be an interesting thing to research, and I'm sure nicotine is maybe not the best option.
Hmm.
But of all the legal drugs, I think nicotine has the best profile of improving cognitive performance, um,
Hmm.
even compared with caffeine. So
Hmm.
it might be something to. How do you even experiment with memory recall ethically, like in the lab? Is there something? Do you ever work with that stuff? I mean, is
Oh,
do you know what I mean?
yeah, no, I mean, I did research on my own, not in a lab. It's me taking these supplements, and I have some interesting data. But I mean, so it's basically like over the counter supplements that I'm using. I'm not going to go for like hard drugs or anything like that. Um, so, and it's like galantamine is one that I've studied, and I'll like go into the mechanism of action with that, because there's a reason why it's like very potent in terms of improving memory. Um, but it's like kind of like, it has like 7-hour half life, so it's very short in the system, and which is kind of a good thing. And then let's see, like you kind of develop a tolerance to it, so you can't take it progressively. So I just use it for research, but not as a solution. And I'll go into that pretty soon.
Yeah, that's pretty much everything. I don't want to take up too much time. I want to leave time for anybody else who has questions. But thank you, Amy.
Hmm.
Tiff, do you want to jump in at all?
Nope, I was just listening. I have not enough experience to ever speak much in these spaces, but I was enjoying what you were saying about the techniques you're using. It reminded me of Gurdjieff's self-remembering techniques, kind of like being in the now, and it's like inner wise and outer. I'm sorry, I had to mute.
Awesome, Tiff. Did you put it? Yeah, it's up in the nest if anybody wants to check
I
that
put it in
out.
the nest. Yeah,
Yeah,
I wrote it out.
awesome. Tom, did you want to hit on anything before we go on to the drugs that Amy takes, trying to mimic my
Yeah.
brain?
Yeah, I just had a real quick question for Amy about clarifying something you said in the past, which is when you're doing your regressions, you mentioned something about how the body can sometimes remember things that the conscious mind doesn't right away. So could you clarify what you meant by that, or how do you use that?
Uh, I mean, I talked about like the body relaxation method, but
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I mean, like for example, if you have an experience, but your conscious mind doesn't fully remember it, sometimes your body's like sensations or kinesthetic memory. Sometimes it might be a good lead
Oh,
in into that.
yeah. I mean, I would have definitely like PTSD symptoms if when something happened. Um, like where well, typically what would happen is I would just have a flashback. Like I've had several instances where it was a very like just stop me in my tracks, vivid flashback that was repetitive. And in one instance, I was just like flipping through magazines with my friend, and all of a sudden, I had this flashback of a man grabbing my arm and pulling me up. And it was really intense. And then I looked down and there was a bruise. And there was another instance of that as well later. So there's kind of like that, but I don't typically, I mean, it's just like a whole body like stress reaction that, I mean, PTSD is similar. Well,
Yeah.
it's basically PTSD
Okay.
is
Thank
what
you.
I'm having.
Yeah, thanks
Yeah.
for clarifying that. Thanks.
hmm
Okay, Amy,
Um,
go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna get on to the next thing.
Perfect.
So in talking with Fringe and kind of like getting an sense of how she remembers things versus how I remember things, and it's been really useful actually for her to have the conscious recall, me to do regression and just compare notes. Um, but of course, I'm kind of jealous of her. So I was like just trying to figure out her case. Um, and so she's mentioned to me that she has resistance to sedatives and alcohol. Um, and so I found that really interesting because that's like just her brain chemistry is really different from mine because I'm the opposite. Like
And I
I
think
have
I
to be
sent you a
careful.
note, Amy. I went back to my medical records just to kind of have some proof for that, where the doctor is saying, what the ever living hell is going on? I'm loading this broad up and she's not succumbing.
Yeah, and like that's just like show it kind of like clued me in that something's going on. Like you have way more conscious recall and resistance to sedatives, so there's something different to your brain chemistry than mine. Whereas if I take something like GABA or uh what's that sleep I'm blanking on it, a hormone. Shoot. Anyways, if I take anything like
Melatonin?
thank you. Thank you. Um, if I take any of that, it's gonna hit me and last way longer in my system. Where it sounds like French, it's like the opposite for her. So that got me looking into the kind of the pharmacology of sedatives and alcohol. And what's interesting is that most sedatives and alcohol they act on the GABA receptor. And GABA is a neurotransmitter that's going to basically slow down neuronal firing. And so, that kind of tells me, especially since French also said that she's resistant to alcohol or is not as affected. So, there's something about her brain chemistry. We don't know what, that prevents her from like getting sedated. So, and it could be something to do with GABA. I don't know. So of course, that got me kind of thinking about, okay, what's the opposite? And there's a lot of neurotransmitters, but one is acetylcholine, which has the opposite effect. It excites the neurons. And I'm going to post a few like cartoons, like images for you guys to try to walk through just quickly the like neurophysiology, just so you understand what galantamine does. Sorry, I'm trying to post a picture here. Let's see. So the first one I'm going to post is the neuron. Okay, so you have the cell membrane and the dendrites, which kind of like reach out. And then the axon where the electrical signal travels down. And then at the axon terminal, there's these synaptic end bulbs. And let me post the next image. Sorry, this is very slow. I'm like on my phone. It's really clunky. Okay, one second. So then at the synapse, there's a close shot of the synaptic cleft. So when a neuron is excited, it's going to send the signal down the axon, and then it's going to cause a reaction, which will release the neurotransmitter. We're going to talk about acetylcholine here. And so the neurotransmitters, they're little like green dots. They're going to come out and they're going to attach to the receptors of the postsynaptic neuron. So that's like the next neuron over. And then it's basically an ion channel. So it's going to open up and it's going to allow sodium ions to flood into the like the cytoplasm. And that's going to make that positive, which will cause with enough like with enough ions flooding through, it's going to lead to basically depolarization. One second, sorry. And I'll show you the action potential of the neuron. Okay. Again, sorry, this is very clunky. So there's like a resting potential, and then with enough of the ions, it'll like create basically depolarize. So it'll cause the neurons to get excited, and then they'll like repolarize and relax. And there's like a temporary period where they're not gonna get excited until, you know, they get spiked again. Now with galantamine, what it does is I'm going to post one more shot just to help you understand why it's so effective. One second. Come on, post. Okay. So we're back at the synaptic cleft. So what galantamine does is it will competitively bind to what's called acetylcholinesterase. This is an enzyme that breaks down acetylcholine, which is a good thing. You don't want too much of it. And then it will also bind to the nicotinic receptor, and it will basically allow more acetylcholine to flood into the synaptic cleft. So it has like a dual action. It's been studied extensively in Alzheimer's, and it's basically increases the depolarization of neurons. So increases the amount of times these neurons are chit-chatting to each other, right? That's basically what it does. So knowing this, I started to so like I wanted basically to do the opposite. Instead of, I wanted to excite my neurons, right? And I have used galantamine before. I was actually in a lucid dream study with a scientist. His name is pulling it up here. Sorry. His name is Stephen LaBerge, and he has a lucid dreaming study. I'm going to link it here. So I already vaguely knew about galantamine. I just didn't know about the mechanism of action until recently. And I had taken galantamine and didn't really have any adverse effects. So I felt safe taking it. And the fact that it's used to treat, or not treat, but help with Alzheimer's, I kind of felt good about it. So I decided to use that. And then on top of it, basically the experiment that I set up is I was taking basically supplements that I know are more mild, they're not intense like galantamine, but they help with brain, like metabolism and energy. And so I was taking like NAC, omega-3, let's see, like a lot of different supplements. And then I was also eating foods that were good for the brain, like salmon, eggs, avocados, high fat. And generally I'm in ketosis, so that's not very hard to do. So, and like turmeric, ginger, kind of anti-inflammatory foods as well, antioxidants like blueberries. So I was just like really like going full force with this just in my lifestyle, as well as weightlifting. I found weightlifting really helps with memory. And then on top of that, I would take galantamine. So I set up the experiment where at the time I was using uh, like video surveillance. I have a specific surveillance camera that I use, which I've found with a lot of research is very effective. And then at the time, before I had tested Joseph, you're up, before I had started testing your discs, I was using Villistat. And so I would basically like prevent them from coming around because again, galantamine has a short half-life. So I wanted to have good rest, because it's so important because it's going to disrupt your sleep if you take it, um, you know, before having proper sleep. And so I would use my preventive measures, sleep for 6 hours, and then I wake up, eat a few walnuts because galantamine's like, it's better to take it with some food in your stomach. And then um, stop using preventive measures and then go to sleep. That was the experiment. Um, Now, just prior to doing the experiment, and by the way, I was also testing huperzine A, and huperzine A like does something very similar to galantamine. It's just slightly different. Galantamine has more of a punch, I would say, than huperzine A, but it's similar. So prior to doing the experiment, I was getting ready for bed, and I basically like felt someone like pushing through telepathically. And I don't, it's hard to explain how like intense it is. Like it's almost like your body's getting electrocuted psychically. It's like it's intense. And I basically, the messaging I got was, don't do this. Because I kind of got the sense it's the hybrid handler I've been dealing with. And my motivation in um, doing this experiment was to have conscious recall of what's been like coming up recently, because I just like I need that added validation. And so, and this guy apparently did not want that, and so he claimed that he would let me remember. So that night I went to bed, and then when I woke up to a very vivid memory of seeing the guy that I know down here, his face right up against mine. And this was like clear as like clear can be, like as if he was right there. Um, and so, of course, and that was it. It was just like a split second of seeing his face close to mine. So, of course, I'm going to do regression to kind of figure out what's going on there. And of course, like take all this with a grain of salt, right? So I did the regression, like the hybrid came and got me, we're just dealing with whatever on board. And then he takes me to a room and has me lie down on a bench. And he has his project basically get on top and his face really close to mine. All of a sudden, I felt like my head was kind of like clear. It just like usually it kind of feels muffled, but it was clear and open for a split second, and then it became muffled again. And of course, I'm like thinking, like, is that it? Like, what? What is this? Um, and so, and of course, like I we go through like the rest of the like just dealing with them, and he basically, because I told him like if this is your way of like basically showing me that, giving me conscious recall, like nothing happened. And, it's just a split second. He's like, it's a security measure. We cannot let you see anything on the ship. And that's why the guy got really close to my face, because I couldn't see anything else, is what the hybrid claimed. So, and and of course, I they take me back. I'm sleeping, and then basically as I'm waking up, that's when that blip of a potential memory showed up. Now it's my speculation that what's happening is, so I didn't technically have like conscious recall, like in terms of like in the moment working memory. It was after the fact. But my speculation is what happened is I'm in the altered state. They briefly get me out of the altered state, so I'm in a different brainwave activity, which is going to be my like normal brainwave activity, and then they put me right back, finish up the whatever they have to do with me, take me back. I'm sleeping. And then as I'm waking up and hence entering into my normal brainwave activity, that's when I remember that blip. That's my like suspicion as to what happened. So, and of course to me, I'm like, no thanks, like that's not enough. So I of course continued doing the research, and I'm like, this is pathetic. If this is like um their attempt at like helping me remember, it's just pathetic. So of course the next night, I decided to test huperzine A first, and I took 500 micrograms. I did, the normal experiment, woke up after 6 hours of sleep, took 500 micrograms, and then I went back to sleep without the Villistat or anything. Um, no conscious recall. Um, but I kind of got a sense that something was going on. I had some symptoms. So I did a regression. And basically, it was really unusual what came up. Um, so huperzine A is in my system, and they still take me on board. But I noticed that the hybrid was really concerned. He constantly scanned my brain. He was really concerned with what was happening inside my head. And like what was interesting, after the medical exam, we were walking quickly towards another room, and he was like, I could telepathically pick up from him that he was worried about how many steps I was taking. And of course, I'm just kind of like, okay, that's an odd thing to worry about. But if you think about it, your peripheral nervous system, the 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 steps, like you like hitting the floor, your neurons are getting excited, and it's sending all that information to your brain. So my brain is already kind of excitatory, like the neurons, because of the huperzine A, and then with the added sensory input, that hybrid was extremely, extremely concerned that I would wake up too much, or I become too alert or whatever. Um, so then he like took me to a bed, and he forced his project, the guy I know, out of the room, because I was like getting like amped up because I'm seeing him. I'm just like, I don't want to see him. And then the hybrid basically sedated me and was scanning my brain, and like basically like touching me, and other stuff happened I don't want to talk about. And just to kind of determine like what is my brain doing, is the sense that I got. Like he wasn't, at that point, he wasn't trying to be like abusive or anything. He was just wanting to know, like, what can we do to her if she has huperzine A in her system, is the sense I got. So then after a few nights, I decided to test galantamine. So I did the same thing, preventive measures, and then 6 hours of sleep, and then woke up. I took 8 milligrams, 8 milligrams of galantamine. And then, of course, with galantamine, it's so effective that like you want to get to sleep pretty quickly, or it's just like it's because it's used for lucid dreaming. If you can't, like, you'll get too awake and you won't be able to sleep, right? And so, and of course I'm testing this in terms of like sleep. So I went straight to sleep, and then basically this was at the end of my period. And I had vivid dreams because it's galantamine in my system. But then something, I had basically conscious recall. So this is not after the fact. This was in the moment where they, like, I felt heavily drugged and sedated on my bed, and I like heard commotion around me, and basically them doing a gyno exam on my bed. Um, like that was, but it was just very hard to um like because I felt stuff and I was trying to like break through and like wake up, but it was just really difficult. um so I just had that small blip, because I'm gonna tell you right now, you might get like a short conscious recall moment, but they're not gonna allow you to stay conscious for prolonged periods of time because that's a security issue. So they'd rather just like knock you out, black, like cold knockout, than let you even be like mildly aware of what's going on. So yeah, so that's basically what happened.
So Amy,
um,
which did you ultimately find more helpful, the huperzine or the galantamine?
so the galantamine is much more powerful. Huperzine A, it also will competitively bind to acetylcholinesterase, but it doesn't. It acts on a different receptor. Um, I think I forget the receptor name, but it'll release another neurotransmitter, not acetylcholine. But galantamine not only prevents acetylcholine from being broken down, but it also plays a role in allowing more of it to enter into the synaptic cleft. So it's definitely like a dual, mechanistically. It's has two effects basically. So I think that's why it's so effective.
So the galantamine, ultimately.
Yeah,
So oh, go
but
ahead.
I like the half life is so short on galantamine.
Oh yeah, it's kind of hard to work it in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why I did this experiment, because I'm like, I'm gonna like narrow down a tiny window for them, basically 2-3 hours, where they are allowed to come around, but I got galantamine in my system. So
I love it. Love that strategy. We have Joseph here. Joseph, if you want to come up, we'll talk about the helmet. So before we move
oh
on,
yeah.
Amy, I wanted to go to Tom because we're talking about memory techniques, or techniques to retain memory. And Tom, you have a couple of techniques up your sleeve. You want to hit on those? I think you had one where when you're laying down to go to sleep, you think about your day backwards in as much detail as possible. I think that was one of them.
Yeah, so that kind of ties into the technique that Amy mentioned earlier about remembering the normal day context surrounding a potential abduction event or contact event. And actually, you know what? I mean, you can even interpret this from the viewpoint of quantum physics, because I remember Jack Sarfati talking about how memory is actually you entangling with the past experience that you're remembering. So there's a quantum entanglement happening between the memory and you in the present. And well, the reason why that is significant is because if you are trying to retrieve a memory that has been suppressed, by some sort of NHI or ET alien hybrid technique, well, that's almost this weird cleft in the process of quantum entanglement. So if you want to bridge that divide and get back to what has been cut off, you might have to go back to the surrounding area within the timeline where that event took place. And then when you entangle with that, then you might sort of bleed over into entangling with that experience itself, and you might actually recall the experience. So yeah, so remembering your day backwards, that's one of those things you can do where you are training your memory ability, your visualization ability, and you are increasing and enhancing and stimulating those memory circuits within the brain. So even just on a biological level, that helps. Perhaps even on a quantum level, that helps. But yeah, so that's one of those techniques. And then, of course, as Amy mentioned, there are various neurotransmitter blocking substances that you can take. And I would imagine, there's other techniques too that could be experimented with. Like, for example, within the field of neuroscience, um, there are different types of brain stimulation technologies. One is transcranial magnetic stimulation, where they pump little magnetic fields into your head. And then there's another one, which is transcranial direct current stimulation, which I've experimented with. I've got a little unit here that I put together, which sends about 2 milliamps of current through the brain. And depending on where you put the electrode sponges that are soaked with salt water, you can control which parts of the brain are enhanced or diminished. So if you know which parts of the brain have to do with memory, then you can potentially enhance those. Now, it's a little tricky because the memory parts of the brain, they're deeper in the brain, like the thalamus and the hypothalamus, those hippocampus areas. So those are hard to target using these techniques. But I'm just saying that there are a variety of methods that could be used. Now, I think one of the key factors is just having the energy to remember in the first place. And actually, Fringe, I think I don't know what it is biologically, or maybe it's some sort of metaphysical thing about you that makes you more immune to anesthesia and alcohol. But I do think that it has to do a lot with the degree of mental neurochemical energy that you have. Maybe it's genetic or something. But if you have more of it, then you're more capable of keeping yourself together and staying lucid throughout a variety of different experiences. Not even alien abductions, but getting drunk, or you're not like someone who is really fuzzy and a little bit dimmer in the functions of the brain. Because if you're sharper, then you can survive those shifts in context or situations. So I think if you have more mental energy in general, maybe by making sure you get more sleep, by having a more nutritious diet, supplements that enhance brain function, those things will also up the chances of you being able to remember more. But I think ultimately, the technique that David Jacobs taught Amy, I think is should be pretty effective, because you are kind of circling around that blank spot in your memory, and you're drawing a perimeter around it when you remember things, and therefore, I think you're able to kind of intrude into that blank space across the severed, I think just like the show, like that severed area of your memory.
I think we're going to talk about that show in a minute. Ulrich, are we losing you? Is it? It's time because it's 7 p.m. Pacific. Are you hanging out? Are you taking off? What's happening? And he might already be asleep. No, he might be working. He might be doing something else. Yeah, that's interesting, Tom. So me and Amy have talked extensively about different things, about different reasons it could be. I do not have the MC1R gene. The redheadeds are typically difficult to put under anesthesia. They're known for that. I don't have that gene. And so it's not that. And I've actually talked to several people about this, not just Amy and you, um, to try to figure out what it is, because whatever it is, I would like to make it, greater. And obviously Amy wants to tap into that. And then at some point, where can we become so lucid that we're just a pain in the ass and they don't want to deal with us anymore? I don't think Ganga has given me a lot of hope in that area, but I still strive for it. I still want to be lucid. I want to be lucid. I want to be aware. I want to know what's going on. I don't like the idea that some creature can come into my bedroom and do whatever it wants without me even knowing. I at least want to know. So it's step one. I think, Tiff, we were talking the other day with John about this supposed drug that Gary Nolan was supposed to possibly be working on. Um, he was supposed to be working on a drug or some type of drug or pharmaceutical in order to stop abduction. So I heard this rumor. I wrote to him. Um, I wouldn't say that he admitted that he's working on a drug to stop abductions, but he did say that there's maybe some preliminary work going on, and that when he knows, everyone will know, kind of a thing. So there's something out there that he's aware of potentially that can work on the brain to help stop abduction. So I think, I'm always searching for that. Amy is amazing. She does, actual research. I just kind of fly by the seat of my pants and see what happens. But there's going to be quite likely a drug out there or some type of pharmaceutical that might be able to stop abductions. And then I think the military or someone, I'm not going to say who, is able to stop abductions, and it's going to be using frequencies or something like that. So that's out there. It's just that it's not being shared with us, the normal, regular people who are dealing with this every day. So I really appreciate Amy what you're doing, and Tom, and Joseph. Did we lose Joseph again? Anyone who's willing to work on this, and sometimes we're just throwing crap against the wall to see if it'll stick, but at some point we're going to stumble on something. We're going to figure it out, and we'll all be there to celebrate. Go ahead, Amy.
And I mean, just to be clear, like, definitely in terms of drugs, they don't just work on one thing that you want them to work on, because your body is a whole system. It's not just individual parts, and that is the problem with pharmaceuticals. And I am like I am one of those people who just rants about it nonstop. Um, and especially like with galantamine, for example, it's not just gonna like do this one thing. It acts on the whole system, the cholinergic system. And so on top of it like ramping up neuronal firing in your brain, it's also ramping up neuronal firing on your muscles, in your gut. Like it's acting on the whole body. So like for me, I don't have heart issues. Now I have to take it with food, and then I don't take it regularly. I just like I did it a few times with the study, and I did it sometimes with lucid dreaming work, but it's not a regular thing I take, because there's certain supplements that are very helpful, and then certain supplements and drugs that like too much of is not good. So just to be clear. And so when I heard Nolan is working on this drug, I'm like, I'm already suspicious. Like, because I'm just
Well,
like,
Amy, you're always kind of bringing us back down to earth, right? So there's the idea of the frequencies too. Okay, so I don't know if people in our community are as aware of Donald Marshall as the TI community. But Donald Marshall is someone who gets his consciousness transferred, and I guess it was happening to him almost nightly for many, many years. He ended up coming across a product that he found very helpful, and it was scalar waves. And it turned out it was the same product that I bought about 2 years ago, and it was 2023 when I was just absolutely desperate to stop abductions. And I would have done almost anything besides selling my soul or, my firstborn or something serious like that. Almost anything I would have done. And I spent a lot of money and tried many different things. And one of the products was this briefcase of 4 different units and emits different types of scalar waves. And you can set it onto a random frequency. So it's just randomly going through a bunch of different frequencies. And I thought for sure this is going to be it. This is going to work. And of course, Amy came along and she said, well, how do you know that that isn't actually damaging your brain? Like, where are the studies? Where are the experiments? We don't know. There's been stuff that I've thought about trying where Amy steps in and says, wait a minute, just like she's saying right now with galantamine. Okay, it's not necessarily just going to help you remember an abduction. It affects the rest of your body too. And we need to think about these things along with trying to stop abductions. There's some other things that can be happening to the body and to the brain that we might not be thinking about in that desperate moment. I know I was in those desperate moments a couple of years ago, so I always appreciate that, Amy. I think we lost Joseph again. So Tiff, or we might have lost Ulrich. Tom, you guys want to jump in on anything?
Hey, you guys, I'm still here. My physical battery is about to die, but I'm about to head to bed. I'm gonna drop down as listener. I'll fall asleep to your voices. and please keep the whole thing going. All right.
Thanks,
And thank
Ulrich. I
you.
appreciate you jumping in. Looking forward to seeing you on the next one, which will be, I think, with Georgiani. I think that'll be our next one.
That one's going to be epic. Yeah, absolutely. And it's great seeing you guys, Tom and Amy, and of course Tiff.
All right. Good night, Ulrich. Thanks for staying with us. Amy, what's next on the list?
So yeah, I wanted to talk about what Joseph developed. So I had warned the Villistat, and Fringe, you and I have talked about it. So it seems like they might just need you more than they need me, because it's been very effective to the point that I wouldn't be able to get the data I have without it working. But it sounds like, and I spoke to one abductee who wore it, who worked with Michael Mencken, and she basically said that like it was like it was like locked on to her head. They couldn't remove it. And so eventually they just gave up and just took her full memory, everything. And she like relayed what was happening. She was basically taken to the barracks, and she saw all these hybrids that smelled really bad, didn't
Wait,
shower.
what do you
Like,
mean they just took her full memory? What do you mean? Or just took her, say that again?
no, they like, so the Villistat was basically, because how it works is it's impeding their ability to change your brainwave activity,
Yes, for
because
sure. Because I would
it
feel them. So I would feel the electricity come onto the helmet, and the helmet almost amplified that electricity. So when they come to take you or come to paralyze you, I would feel the electricity in the air, and specifically, I'd feel it on my head, in my brain, on my head. And when I was wearing the Velostat, it was almost amplified. So I always knew when they
Mhm.
were coming when I was wearing the Velostat, but ultimately it proved
That's
ineffective.
crazy.
Yeah.
They're probably like just trying to just like I mean, they're amping up to like get past it,
Yes, and
you
it was
know.
almost like, and then they would try over and over, and it was relentless. So the first couple of weeks of me wearing Velostat, they were absolutely relentless. It was insane. It got to the point where I actually considered the possibility that it was an AI program. Like it was just on a program
Oh,
and somebody hit a button on the computer, and then they just, it would be like if you were trying to drill into, a vault of a bank to rob it or something. That's how it felt. And they were
yeah.
relentless.
So it's like, it's weird because in my experience with DMT, I told you, like, that's how it feels on my scalp. It's like a tingling sensation. I get that video game noise, that do-do-do-do-do-do,
Yep, yep.
whatever. And so it's, yeah, that's exactly like how, well, for me, in my experience, when I've done DMT, that's the
Yeah,
blast off.
interesting. Well, I don't get a blast off, but that's good to know. I'll just wait. I'm
Just
gonna be
saying, well,
waiting
no,
for
no,
the
no, I'm
blast
just
off.
saying whatever that, like, maybe you're just really connected, like, because I mean, obviously, that's something I would induce on myself, but if it's just coming to you in that way, I just think it's curious that the side effects are some different. Now, this might seem kind of like a stupid question, but I smoke weed particularly so I don't dream at night. I used to have like really bad night terrors and sleep paralysis and stuff, and smoking weed has stopped that. That's probably been looked into as something to stop abductions in the past, or that connection, possibly.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. Tom, do you know anything about that? I haven't heard anything about
Not
that.
yeah, that's a new idea. Like not in regards to abduction specifically, but just to interfere with, let's say, energy harvesting through nightmares and dreams, and or just dealing with PTSD or something. I heard about that, but so here's the thing. I mean, if some of your so-called abductions aren't actually physical abductions, but they're just occult entities that are plugging into you and inducing nightmares into you to feed under the guise of aliens, then I would imagine that weed would definitely interfere with their ability to do that because it interferes with REM sleep in general. Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt that it would stop a physical abduction, because frankly, especially for certain things like medical, they just like sometimes they'll just like knock me out just because I'm too much trouble for them. So they're sedating me, you know.
Yeah, and I think I told you, Amy, it got to the point where first they tried to get me to take the helmet off. And then then they just showed up. So there was that time I've told, I think, probably the entire world about where my camera actually lost Wi-Fi for 3.5 hours, woke up the next day with a bloody nose and my thing on backwards and all of that. So ultimately, that's how they got around it. So ultimately, I hate to say this, but ultimately they seem to have gotten around just about everything. Would you agree, Amy? Ultimately, they get around most things.
Well, no, because like with the Villastat, I was having the same issue. They would like, I was wearing it with an arming cap at night, and they would just like basically sneak in probably when I'm in Delta sleep. And so very deep, very sedated, hardly like, because they could probably read brainwave activity at least. And so they would like basically, and in fact, when I first started to wear it, I was so amped up naturally. Like I was like just like ready to just jump up and fight them. That I actually heard one of them scrambling to get away in the room when I wore it. And then after that, they were more careful, and they basically would sneak in and like take it off just before I came to. And then, they were able to like pull back the arming cap. So eventually I sewed these like rings on the Villastat, and then I pinned the arming cap to the Villastat. After that, they couldn't pull it off at all. So that's when it finally worked. Finally.
Okay, but
And
but let's finish that story. And so then what would they do? Because they're not going to stop.
so, I mean, that's what I mean. It worked. Like they stopped trying to get me to, I mean, after that, they would try to get me to take it off, but it didn't work. And so but their only other option is to, well, it's like, and Mencken talked to someone who wore it, and she said there was like a hybrid behind a door that basically came from behind, tackled her, and took the head off. So she was awake. Um, and they've never done that with me during the day. And then at night, their only option would be to come in and deal with me full conscious memory despite wearing this hat, and they've never done that. But I heard that they have done it with another abductee. So I guess they don't need me enough to take that kind of risk, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. Can you very quickly get back to the girl you said that she was wearing the Velostat and what'd they do with her again? She went to My
So
Labs.
yes, basically, well, she said that no, it was like, it was them, like Gray's hybrids, but they took her to her barracks down here. And she knew they were hybrids for some reason. I don't know why, but she said that they were really stinky. They didn't shower. And that was basically all she said. I don't. Oh, and then there was another event where she was at a rally with her daughter. She was wearing the helm, like the Villastat. Her daughter was not. And at one point, she saw her daughter disappear. So she's like freaking out, like looking for her. And then she finally found her, and there's a man staring at her eyes, and the daughter's like sedated. um and it's like she like scared the man away, and she like got to her daughter, and she said that it took a while for her daughter to get out of sedation. It was so powerful. And she said that all he was doing was just staring into her eyes, which is what they do. Like if they really want to like do stuff to you, like change your brain, they'll like look into your eyes. So I mean that they can remotely do stuff too, but like more finessing. So Joseph, you're on. So before we lose you, hopefully you stay on. I've been testing something that you developed because you heard me talking about the Villastat. And I'll like explain my experience with it, but I want to give you a chance to talk about it, hopefully.
Do we have you, Joseph? I think Joseph was switching to his computer and he said he could hear us now, but now we don't hear him. So we'll give him a minute or two.
Well, I'll talk about wait,
Oh, there's
eh?
Joseph.
Nope.
We do not have
No,
Joseph.
no. While he's trying to figure it out, I'll talk about my experiences. So I was definitely suspicious about what had developed because I'm like, well, it's really thin and it's not like the Villistat. It's how many layers? Like, friend, like 12 layers
You know,
of
you're
it.
supposed to have
Or
12, but I ended up with somewhere between 18 to 22 layers, and then I covered mine with Faraday fabric too. I mean, I tried everything.
your poor husband.
My husband made it for me. He was so good
Oh,
to
yeah,
me.
that's right.
Yeah, he actually cut it and he fashioned it all, but did the duct tape and everything. He came up with different stuff for it. It was really sweet.
Oh, that's so sweet. But yeah, so it's like it's really thick. So when Joseph was talking about what he had developed, I was like, yeah, I don't trust it, but
Yeah, because the Velostat is hideous. I mean, you can't wear that
it's
out. And
you
don't get me wrong,
cannot
if
wear
you're
it
going to
out.
get snatched while you're out, you would wear it out. But yeah, it's absolutely hideous. But what Joseph did is incredible. So hopefully he's a listener again. So talk about what Joseph made and how it's been working for you.
So he took several materials. Villistat has carbon black in it, and then he added some other materials that are very effective in absorbing radiation. And he just combined it into a resin. So it's these like discs. And I could post you some pictures while I'm talking. But basically, I started to wear it the first. Um, so typically, in my past experience, ovulation is when they're willing to take any kind of risk they want to. Joseph, like anytime that you can talk, just like interrupt me. You're welcome to do that. Um, and so, like, the first time I noticed that they're like trying to get me to take it off, similar to the Villistat. And I had just gotten a haircut, feeling pretty like fine, and like basically, but I had no one to show off my haircut to, and I was very committed to testing Joseph's discs. So I was like, you know what, like, no, I'm not going to take it off there's no reason for me. So I kind of suspected that they were using my vanity to get me to take it off. Um, and then at Thanksgiving, again, they're trying to get me to take it off so I can show off my hair to my family. It was ridiculous. And I refused to do it because, again, I, I don't really care. Um, and what happened was literally I got the strong, like, impulse to take it off. And then a few minutes later, the Wi-Fi goes down. And so I asked my dad, like, does this happen often? He said no. And it was down for quite a while. And there was no notification from Verizon saying there was an outage, nothing like that. And then the next day on Thanksgiving, it happened again, same thing, like this influence to take it off. And then the Wi Fi goes down. So, and I felt like really intense energy coming at me, so maybe something they're doing kind of interfered with the Wi-Fi. I don't know. So and that was ovulation, like near ovulation. So then the next cycle, um, I, let's see, they managed to get me to take it off, but it was really weird. It was like in the middle of the day. Um, and I was like, for some reason, I'm like, I have to shower. I have to shower. Because showering was the only time I had it
And
off.
Amy, this is kind of what I was getting at before. So what I was trying to get at before was they just find a workaround to just about everything. So even though the Velostat was working, going back to the Velostat, they just try to find a workaround, like with that gal, and like what they're about to do to you with Joseph's cap.
Yeah, and I mean, and you kind of figure out their tricks, and they may work a few times, and then every time you get better and better at resisting, or you figure out ways to like make sure, and um to make sure everything's tacked down, and Yeah, they do, because you're dealing with an intelligent species, right? It's not like a mouse in a cage. Like you're having to deal with something that's very smart, very technologically advanced, and psychically advanced. Like, yeah, but it doesn't like sour my experience.
Oh
Like,
no, we're both still trying. We're still trying.
so yeah, basically the only time I would take it off was showering, and then in the middle of the day, I suddenly felt dirty, and I was like rushing to get into the shower, which is unusual. Again, I was not dirty, had just showered the night before. So, and typically I'll have my video surveillance in there, and I know some people are like, I just don't care. I'm just like, I want protection. So, and the surveillance camera works. So I didn't like, I had the surveillance camera in my car and I didn't even think to grab it because I just beelined for the bathroom. Took the Villastat, took my shower, but then suddenly I felt really, really tired and I just kind of collapsed on the floor and I was like really feeling like super sedated. And then all of a sudden, I was having flashbacks of seeing men's legs in front of me. So that was kind of like my cue, like, oh shit, they got to me. Like, so, the
Proving
next time,
proving my point. Exactly. I
yeah,
think we have Joseph
yeah.
back. Joseph, tell me you can
Can you
hear
tell?
everybody. We do not have
No.
Joseph, Amy.
It's okay. So then the next cycle, I was like, no, I'm always gonna have my video surveillance if I don't have the hat on. Like I'm very determined. And I was basically in the bathroom cutting working to cut my hair, my bangs. But I'm like, bathroom's locked. I'm right in front of the camera. I'm only doing this for like 5 minutes. Um, and then I'm done and I'll put the hat on. Like that was my plan. For some reason, so I'm doing a like video project right now. For some reason, I decided to make it into a video production, which is stupid. It's totally unrelated to my what I'm doing right now. But for like, the thought popped into my head, and I felt this intense need to make this into a whole production. Set up the tripod, the camera, and I was like, where did that come from? And then the fact that like and this happened when the hat was off too. Like initially I had the plan of cutting my hair, so I was going to be in front of the camera, but then the influence hit and I was like, so the few times that I left the bathroom, I had the hat on, but I was leaving the bathroom so many times trying to get all my equipment that at one point I go into the bedroom without the hat on, not even thinking. So they bypassed, my kind of in the moment analytical thinking. And I suddenly was just like, I don't know why I'm in here. Like it was just a whole blip. And, time went way faster than I expected for the little thing I was doing. So that, and of course it was ovulation day, of course. So that was just like, it was like I was a little embarrassed because they basically used my vanity against me. Like, it's like, okay, you guys, yep, yep, you win. Like, so after that, the next cycle, I was like, nope, they're not gonna get to me. Nothing to do with my vanity, nothing. I was just so, so freaking determined to make sure this hat is on, especially around ovulation. So of course, I'm going to California, and this was the morning before I met with you, French. And I, um, that night, I was wearing it at night. I'm carp camping, and I have the arming cap on. It's double tied, and there was like some light coming into the car, so I had pinned my curtains to the side the car door. And so I wake up that morning. Of course, it's ovulation day because I can track my cycle. Um, and the arming cap was completely untied, and then the curtain was like unpinned. Now, it could be possible that I, like, in turning around, I had accidentally unpinned the curtain, but the fact that I also woke up with the arming cap untied, which it does not do that because it's like a cotton fabric. So I tie it really tight and it's like gripping, it's really, really hard for it to untie. So they got around it, right? They managed to get to
Making my
me.
point for me again, Amy. Go ahead.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay, okay. Fringe was right. Okay, go ahead.
So So the next, but of course, like, I don't slow down. I'm thinking, okay, what is the solution to this? Next time, not only are they not going to use my vanity against me, but I'm double tying and I'm pinning it. And I recently just did that experiment. Like, I ovulated recently, and they haven't managed to get to me.
Okay,
Um,
awesome. So you've got the pin, and that's the thing you did on the Velostat as well, was that pin.
Well,
Um,
that was, like, pinned onto the Velosat. This is just, like, it's double tied, and then the pin is pinning the ties together. So it just,
oh,
like,
so it can't get untied.
extra, yeah, it gives them extra work, which gives me extra time to wake up to be aware of what they're doing, right?
Right, right, right.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so we have
So
lost Joseph. I'm not sure if it's a permanent
yeah.
loss, but so it kind of seems promising. So this cap that Joseph has made seems promising, and it's easy to wear. It's easy to wear during the day. It's not hideous. It seems super cool. I definitely want one for the alien invasion. I've already placed my order with Joseph as soon as he gets it
I
as
mean,
perfected.
your hair is, like, way too
I
fabulous to
know.
wear.
Well, I don't care how fabulous my hair is, but the problem is getting a cap. And I have a hard time um, wearing caps or
Yeah.
wearing a hat or like what that hat that you wear. I can't wear it.
Yeah.
But I'll figure it out. I want one for when the aliens land and try to compel us all into the 15-minute cities.
Which, I mean, here's the problem though. It works right now because they're, like, security is their problem, like their concern. They don't want you to remember, but once they don't care, uh, it, I'm sorry to say, but it's those discs are not going to do anything because they won't care. They'll just barge in right there. They don't care if you remember, and they'll take it off of you, and it's done. Like, I hate to say, it's just right now when we're not in that situation.
No,
It's
we need to deal with reality, so we need to hear those perspectives. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's important to hear that
I
stuff.
mean,
I
you
mean,
would have to, like, have that thing on so well. No, I'm just telling you, it's just not gonna work. But right now it does. So, so
well, right now
basically,
is important.
yeah. So my next experiment, because I'm gonna try the galantamine again, because I did it at night. Now I want to do it during the day. So my next experiment is gonna be to wear Joseph's discs during the day and at night, and then use his surveillance when I need to. And then basically, like, stop using those things and, like, let the galantamine kind of, like, get into it. Takes about an hour for it to start working, so it's, like, super high in my system, and then, yeah, they're free to come around, do whatever, but hopefully I can get some data from that. That's my next experiment.
We're always trying to collect data. So I'm wearing that MooPass device, right now. The one you told me to return, the one you told me to get my money back. Amy's not a fan of the MooPass device.
I'm not a fan of the research protocols. It's just sketchy to me. It's all around sketchy, especially coming from research. I'm like, hmm.
Yeah, and I hear you, and I do listen. And my husband's in your camp. He's like, get your money back. The first thing I want to say about the MooPass device, because I think it applies right here while we're saying we're trying to gather data. Look, everybody's always asking abductees, well, where's your proof? Where's your evidence? Where's your pictures? All this kind of stuff. And no one wants data more than I do, or more than Amy, or more than Tom. We all want the data. And so I have decided that I don't have a whole lot to lose, and I will participate in trying to get the data. And as you know, Amy, so the first thing I want to say is the people behind the project have been very, very kind, very generous with their time. They're working very hard on this project. And they're just good people. They just seem like good people. And so what I'm going to say about the device has nothing to do with the people or the intention behind this attempt to gather data. Um, but they don't think of things like my one of my first questions to them is, what are you going to do? Like, what type of mitigation have you done for when they want to shut off the Wi-Fi, or when, they just do stupid little things to keep us from gathering the data, and they had never even thought about it before. And so I asked them yesterday, I said, hey, can you at least get an alert for when the Wi-Fi goes out? Because the system, the bedside system is dependent on Wi-Fi. I said, hey, can you at least, put an alert in the system so that we know that the Wi-Fi went out, so it's temporarily not gathering data. So that is a data point, I think, in and of itself. But these systems are just not, at least the one I'm using right now, I think it has a lot of promise, but there's no fail safes on it. Nothing has actually worked since I've gotten it. That week that we met, Amy, you saw the watch that I'm wearing. And I had some wild things happening to me that week. And I was so excited to be gathering data because I knew I was wearing this watch. I had a feeling that something was off because I couldn't get it connected to the computer, but I still wore it and I still thought it was gathering data. And I had some really wild stuff, probably because you were visiting me, no doubt. And the whole time I was wearing it for 3 weeks, it was not transmitting data to the portal, to the center. They spent a couple of weeks trying to troubleshoot it. Again, very helpful, very patient. I ended up sending it back. They tried to make it work themselves. They ended up sending me a new one, and I'm having problems with the new one as well. So um, I'm not at a dead end with the MoopBus. I'm still using it. I'm still trying, I'm still trying to capture data, but it's not looking too promising, at least for me right now. But I'm still going to push through. I'm still going to do it. I'm still wearing the watch. I still have that bedside unit. But I was so excited to get this equipment because I thought for sure I'm going to get data. Like, I'm going to get the evidence. But here I am with the equipment not quite working as it should. So that's where I'm at with that device. I'm sure you're going to tell me to turn it to get my money back.
No, I mean, and I would be excited to if it actually worked, but my problem is the lead scientist on it, he doesn't understand the phenomena, and he doesn't understand that we're dealing with a very intelligent species who has this technology, these abilities. They know what you're up to, and they can counteract. So that's his blind spot is what's ruining his research, in my opinion. He's not, and a proper scientist, they have to consider everything. And oftentimes preliminary studies will help them kind of like iron out any wrinkles in their project, any problems, so that when they finally like start the project legitimately, in this case, they're using like subjects, which again, I'm not going to go on a rant about that. But anyways, you have to iron out all the problems, in my opinion, or like in this case, yes, like hopefully is helping them figure out that this isn't what they think it is. This is like an intelligent species that's dealing with us, and they cause all sorts of like power outages, electrical issues, especially anything to do with Wi-Fi. Like they can easily just mess with it. So they really need to like look into that and like smooth out all the wrinkles in their study before, because it's just like it's hard to take, honestly, it's hard to take them seriously right now because of these blind spots.
Yeah, and I'm not yet deflated because I'm still having hope that they're actually going to fix the equipment. So I'm wearing the watch right now, and the main thing they told me that they really like so they don't necessarily believe in physical abductions, which we don't have to get into. I think I have them half believing now. I've presented my case. Amy, you were part of my case that I presented. I think I have them half believing. But they believe that but they 100% believe in consciousness abduction. They won't even say astral abduction, but they'll say consciousness abduction. They believe in this. And so they've told me that this, one of the more interesting measurements for abductions that they have seen, and I don't think there have been very many, I think there's only been a couple, but they've seen that the gyroscope has a certain pattern to it. Well, guess whose gyroscope is not working on the watch? Because that would be me. So the gyroscope is not working. It's not transmitting data. My line, I'm looking at it right now in front of my eyes. It's completely zero, zip, zilch, flat, nothing. And so it's interesting. It's definitely interesting that the thing that they think is going to help track abductions is not working at all on my second watch. But the bedside unit seems to be transmitting, so that's good. Now, I don't know how the bedside unit picks up, stuff like that. I would much rather have it on my body, but at least it's something. But my bedside unit is not picking up the Geiger counter, so it's just completely flat. So the equipment's just not that reliable right now, but I'm still plugging away, still hoping to get some data from that, hoping to get the evidence and the proof. I definitely want to participate in something that can actually gather some type of scientific data, which is what everyone's always looking for. So I'll keep going, just like you're going to keep going with Joseph's helmet, and trying to adjust and adapt to whatever seems to be happening. Amy, I know you have a couple other categories you want to get to. Do we want to talk about? You wanted to talk about the altar thing. So I think it was a couple months
Yeah.
ago we got on a call with Tom, and we were discussing the possibility that, so I've explained this abduction phenomenon as kind of feeling like being under a little bit of anesthesia. But then we started talking about altars, and I just saw that show. I think Tom has seen the show too. This show Severance. It's really popular right now, where this company uses an implant in the brain to actually sever the personality, and they have one personality living at work and the other personality is living its real life, and neither one of them have memories from the other. So it was super interesting to me. I think there's a lot of overlap there, and I think you might be onto something there as well. And again, these are just things that we try to figure out. Like, can we figure this out? Maybe can we stop this? Can we find a way to track it? Can we find a way to gather evidence? So go ahead, Amy. In the meanwhile, Amy, if you're okay with letting up a couple of questions while we're heading into this last phase, are you good with that? Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So with the, I'm still interested in having conscious recall, but I know that galantamine is not a solution. It's just kind of like a temporary thing I'm testing. But I want like a permanent solution, or something that will help increase the frequency of conscious recall. So I started like I started to look into basically therapeutics for dissociative identity disorder. Now, I've read through that disorder. I don't personally have a lot of the symptoms that are expressed by these patients and by, professionals in the field. But I feel like there's some similarities in terms of there's you that's, down here, and then there's you that's they deal with on board. And of course, I'm like totally awake on boards. I'm not zombied out. I'm not sedated all the time. Sometimes they do have to sedate me if I'm giving them too much trouble, but generally they want me alert. Like that's very important to them for some reason. Um, but there's like zero sharing of data between the two states, right? And of course, the therapeutic approach to DID is integration between alters. So, and actually, a short digression here. I have a family friend who has 40 plus years experience in psychology, specifically with DID and EMDR therapy. and she's a head of a psychology department at a college, and so she's very like very knowledgeable. And so early on, I had kind of like presented some some of my data to her, because my mom encouraged me to like have her look at my case. um and she like looked at it and she's like, I haven't heard anything like this before. Just based on how I described the case and the evidence that I had at the time. So that like, and a second digression, like when I talked to her, oh, they did not like that. Like they, oof, like because I'm talking to a mainstream scientist, psychologist who's, high up, like in her position with experience in dissociative disorders. S- Like they just, yeah, I gotta, they basically showed up in public to intimidate me. It was that extreme to them. But yeah, so after that, I was like, basically, this professional confirmed this is not DID. This is something else. Um, so but nonetheless,
I'm
I feel
sorry,
like,
Amy, did you meet with this person or was this a secondhand? How did you talk to this person?
so she's a family friend.
Okay, so you actually talked to the
So I
person.
talked, yeah, on the phone, but I
Yeah.
presented, like, sent her an email, and yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Right, and she even said, she was like, "Yeah, I've never heard this before in all my years." And she's like, maybe she even kinda mentioned aliens, because she's like, "Maybe there's something that we just don't understand, like, that's happening," because she was just, like, flabbergasted.
Well, I'm glad you got to do that because that's one of the number one go-tos for the people who think this is just psychological, is that we all have
Mhm,
DID.
mhm.
It's like think number one on the list, and it's super frustrating. But yeah, I'm glad you were able to do that.
It's, and I don't blame those people because it does sound very similar to it because of the time loss, the dissociative amnesia.
Yeah, we could be
It
like
it's very,
Severance, where we just turn into a different personality or different. Yeah.
right. Which that's something to point out, like I've read the different, I think that DID is like very complex, Um, and I personally, like, I don't see myself as a different person or different identity between the two states. Um, Probably partly because they on board, they keep like, it's not like they tried to completely like change me as a person. They would like basically consistently notify me of what I was doing down on earth. So I had this like at least some information as over the years about who I am, because they would basically confirm that. Um, Usually to say, you're doing some bad stuff we don't like, we're going to abuse you for it. Um, but yeah, so, but anyways, the point is, um, I was taking all these supplements, eating proper diet, and I felt like a very, very clear head. I was able to access memories really well. But for some reason, aside from the few times that I took the galantamine, I just could not cross that barrier in terms of conscious recall, um, from, when I have to deal with them, except when I do regression. So I'm like, so there's a different mechanism here that I have to address. It's not just about helping your brain work better. There's something else going on. And so I started to look into, like, therapeutic approaches. And again, disclaimer, like, not a therapist, not a doctor, not any of that. I'm just doing this for myself. And it's just to note, like, if you attempt to do something like EMDR, it's advised to do it with a therapist because it can cause traumatic memories to rise up. And if you're not in a good place in your life, or you're just not ready to handle it, it's going to disrupt your life. And I recently did kind of some of it, and I was like, I was I'm in a good place in my life, very stable, um, very happy with good grounding techniques. And so I feel comfortable doing this. But when I did it for that week, I was like sometimes barely able to walk. I was so on edge based on what was coming up, you know? So it's just a fair warning here. So something I've started to do is two things. One is I use scent to kind of like use as a trigger because scent is really connected to memory. And so every time I do regression, or so like I'm accessing memories that my alter has experienced, or I'm doing this therapy, or I suspect they're coming around, so I'll put the perfume on because I want to associate that scent with them and with my experience with them, right? And so that's one thing I'm doing is scent. And then the second thing, I'll like cross my arms comfortably. And then like visualize that my left arm is the altar and my right arm is me down here. And then I tap in an alternate fashion. So it's kind of similar to EMDR with the intention of integration, like the crosstalk. Like I want those two to crosstalk. And share memories and again I I don't see myself as a different like multiple people. It's not like it's just easier to describe it like that. Um and yeah, basically like when I started to do it, the first thing that came like as I'm like, I want to integrate, like the first thing that came up was a big, big warning. Are you ready? Are you ready for the backlash? Because then the thought goes to what they're gonna do if I attempt something like this. And it now
Amy, I know
this
you don't realize it because you haven't seen it, but you're basically describing the movie, the whole series of Severance. You're basically describing it right
I
now.
really okay, that's
It's
weird.
so interesting, the overlap. Tom, would you agree the overlap in Severance is so crazy? I couldn't stop watching it. My husband was not interested in it at all. But I thought it was so good. Tom, did you watched it? You're all caught up, right?
Yeah, I love that show. It's a really good show. And actually, you know what? Apple, besides SpaceX, Apple is also one of those contractors for DARPA and Department of Defense. So they do Black Ops work on the side. So it wouldn't surprise me if some of those ideas sneak their way into their entertainment avenue as well. Because the thing is, if you're going to work for a Black Ops project, it's not enough to just sign papers and agree not to talk. I mean, they have to go beyond that security even, and being severed. Of course, they would do that. I mean, if it's ultra classified enough. I mean, if they're already doing it in my labs to citizens out there, then they would do it to their own employees. So yeah, I mean, I think the show is highly appropriate to the abduction field for sure. I mean, look, some of that show is metaphorical, I mean, because they're in an office building underground working for Lumen Industries, which is a analog to Scientology. But I mean, they have to like channel it down into a entertaining format. But in real life, it is like that probably, but also more complex as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting that they're using an implant to sever the personalities. Amy, I just put something up in the nest and it just says, I think this is John Mack's work. It says an abductee named Andrea, and this is a quote: "The big guy with the big eyes looked right at me and told me I have free choice. I feel like there's two of me. One is very, very committed to this mission, whatever it is, and the other one is sitting here wondering, what am I doing? Or if it is even real and is it screwing up my life?" I butchered the quote just a little bit, but and that again, that kind of reminds me of what you're talking about. Being on board, there's this really weird, like, how are they getting us to cooperate? No matter how sassy I get, I'm still doing it. I'm still going along. And this is 90% of the time. So if I become very alert, if I regain enough consciousness up to even 100% consciousness, then it's on. And I don't last long, don't get me wrong, but I'm gonna fight. But I'm most of the time just at that lower level where I'm just going along. I'm going along with the program. I'm getting up on the table. I know what they want me to do. I've seen you before. I know what this is all about. And even though I can be sassy and roll my eyes and I know they're lying and all these kind of things, I'm still doing it, Amy. How would you like to be that person? So what is that? How are they getting that control and how do we stop it?
Yeah, so I mean, just to like quickly cover like what came up during these sessions. So this is not regression. This is not David's version of regression. So, I just want to warn like what I'm doing now on top of the regression techniques I use, it's rife with problems. So just to warn you about that. But basically I was like, I had that warning about the backlash. I didn't care. I'm like, I'm in this all the way. I don't care what comes up. It could be as horrific as it can be. Like, I don't care. I want full integration. And so the first question I asked as I'm alternately tapping and I'm smelling that perfume was, what caused the split? And I was instantly taken to a childhood memory, um, of being abused by what appeared to be a man down here. He seemed like he was under the influence of alcohol. And mind you, I grew up in an orphanage, so I was not in a protected environment. Um, and base basically, he was putting. This is going to be hard to say. I'm sorry, like if this is going to trigger someone, but he was basically putting out cigarettes on my body. Um, so I I have scars on my body and no memories as to how they happened. And years later, as an adult, I got a massage from someone who was from the military, but in the medical field. So she was really knowledgeable. And as she was like massaging me, she noticed the scars and she's like, I don't mean to pry, but do you remember how you got those? And of course, I had no memory. And she's like, they look like cigarette burns. Like, so that's someone basically validating, someone with medical knowledge validating what was on my body scar wise. And but it's not a memory I ever wanted to look into. And yet, when I asked what caused the split, that's what I was taking to. But again, I was like, nothing is off the table. I'm ready to face whatever I have to face for integration, right? And so then I asked what um, kind of like what solidified the split, because I kind of got a sense that it's something happened to make it more permanent. And that's when I got visuals of like seeing this hybrid, and it looks like the security hybrid that I've been dealing with all my life, except he's 16 years old, so he's much younger than, like, obviously. And I'm basically about 4 or 5 years old. And the visual was him taking me in the field, and blue skies, sunny, and he basically was reminding me of what had happened, the traumatic event, and like vividly reminding me, so re-traumatizing me. And then he was basically saying, I can protect you if you're willing to be mine, if you accept being mine. And of course, a child, I viewed him as a friend, like it's like that childhood friend, that invisible friend. I viewed him as a friend at that time. So I had no idea what he meant by that because I'm a child. And of course I agreed because he's consistently reminding me of what had happened, and that he can protect me from that. That's re-traumatization. I think that was intentional, right? If what came up is valid. And then so I basically made an agreement at that point for something I had no informed consent on, because I'm a child. And then he kept revisiting over and over to make sure that I was very committed to this. And there was no signing of paper or anything. It was just like a mental commitment. And then of course, the extent of my life basically is that I've been heavily, heavily abused, and my boyfriends have been abused for like basically dating guys, other guys. So I was basically, as a child, I had agreed to only be with this hybrid. That was the agreement. So, so then, of course, my next question, because this is all very, it's rough enough doing regression, but like, so of course, my next question, because I perceived this man to be a friend, you know, despite all this happening, like early on in the relationship. And so I'm like, what caused this relationship to sour? Because if you think about it, there's so many people out there who don't consider this to be a negative experience. And even David has worked with abductees who are quite fond of their hybrid partners. And, you know, so I'm like, what changed? And what I got back was that um, it's, I was entering into puberty and, of course, interested in boys. And the hybrid started to get extremely abusive because of that. And the me on board, instead of like caving to that, resisted, because I got this sense of I deserve to have a normal childhood, a normal life. And so that's what kind of switched my like perception of them, was at that time, because I saw what they were doing to a little girl who just wanted a normal life, right? And so that's basically like, I think that's why I'm so resistant on board, because I mean, I'll do stuff because a lot of times, you know, when they ask me to do something, I know the repercussions. I can think about whether I want to do it or not, but typically there's repercussions if I don't do it. So I'm instead of just like mindlessly doing something, I weigh my options at that time, like how much energy do I have, you know? And so I think that's what caused that kind of like, I was basically triggered and to hate everything about them at that point in time. And moving forward, it was just like total change in the relationship after that.
Okay.
You want to call?
Doing the chat.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna
Hey,
get ready to go.
Christopher.
I love you.
Christopher, you have an open mic, but do you want to jump in and ask your question while you're up?
Whoops, I'm sorry. I do not know how I hit that button.
No, that's okay. We didn't hear anything private, just you being telling your wife you love her, which was very
He just
sweet.
got home. Yeah. I don't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation right now. Actually, I have a couple questions, but I like where this is. I don't want to interrupt.
Okay, perfect.
So yeah, that's basically what came. A few other things, but I'm not going to get into it. We can get into questions, but it was really interesting. And then so I did it for a week regularly. Was journaling, and you know, friends, you got an earful from me about it. And I noticed that similar to when I do regular regression, I started to have like memories like flow in, and just like awarenesses that I normally don't have. And so I think that activity kind of helped trigger something for sure. But something to keep in mind, a lot of like therapy when dealing with DID is that when full integration is the priority, is that it has to be very, very frequent. And in fact, it's advised to have like 3 times a week therapy sessions, which is kind of freaking crazy because they're so expensive. Who's going to have the money to do that, right? And over a long period of time, just to have that integration. And so something abductees have to deal with, contend with, is that it's not, you're, I mean, yes, you're integrating like with an alter, and then you're dealing with past memories, but you're also dealing with continued stress and anxiety and abuse, like moving forward, because they're not going to stop. And you're dealing with an intelligent species where they don't want you to do integration. And so there's going to be a huge backlash. And Fringe, you had an experience with that too, right? Because you did like shadow work or something.
Yeah, my story's so complicated. I don't really want to get into it here, but yeah, once I started doing the shadow work, I had actually signed up for the class with Bernhard, Gunther, and Laura Matsu. It was a 14-week class. So in my case, a lot of things were coming together at the same time. Like I could point to 10 different things that was happening all at once. But yeah, that was definitely a factor. Doing a lot of shadow work, a lot of somatic meditation, and their class is super fantastic if anybody would ever want to sign up for it. I've posted it a couple of times, but a lot of that was coming together for me all at the same time. So yeah, it could have been a factor.
Yeah, so like and but in just doing it for a week, I kind of like I did notice that it's it's allowing me to access memories that the supplements, the diet, all the lifestyle changes aren't allowing me to do. So I was kind of wondering, moving forward, what if I combine the two strategies, right? What if I do the diet? I found for myself like ketogenic diet really helps my brain like think clearly. um, and like weightlifting, the supplements, and occasionally just pop a galantamine. And then at the same time, do these integration techniques with the perfume um, to kind of, it sounds like a lot, but I'm just like, I'm so motivated to, just have this added conscious recall that I'm willing to do uh, a lot just to get there.
No, I hear you, Amy. I wonder for myself. So remember, I get a lot of snippets of information. But I can't think of a single time where I was just 100% conscious from, start to finish. Because again, the more conscious I become, then, the less cooperative I get, and then the blackout will come. They don't stand for people just doing whatever they want. I mean, don't get me
No, no,
wrong.
no.
If I'm being sassy or if I become too conscious and I get physical, it doesn't last long. I'm not Superwoman. It's just, yeah, I mean, they insist on total and complete control. So, and again, like you said, if you don't go along, there's going to be a punishment coming or some kind of hell to pay for it. So the bottom line is they're in complete control of us, no matter how conscious or unconscious we are. There are times that I wonder if I even want to know what happens when I'm not aware, because I'm not aware from start to finish. I don't even know. I mean, I might be better off not knowing, because I know enough. I know enough. I've woken up on the table, split open from my belly button down all the way through the backside. So I know enough. And that was 100% conscious incident. So what's the rest? I don't know. And I don't know if I want to know, but I I understand that I understand where you're coming from. But there are times when I wish I could be you and I could just do a regression and get all the details you get and all the little stuff that I miss. There's so many details you get that I don't get. There's a lot of times when my vision is very blurry on board where I'm not even permitted to see the faces because I know for sure if I get a good look and I look long enough, and then I know it's a lie. And I know that they're just doing a projection and they're trying to get me to believe that there's something they're not. So I
And
don't,
I
yeah, go
mean,
ahead.
yeah, and that's the problem with like integration is you have to be willing to, because it's interesting. The more I was doing this therapy, the more it was almost like I was starting to like see from that perspective. And it was like, how like down here you have this continuous narrative going on, and then there might be just like as an abductee just missing time periods, but it's just few hours here and there, every few days for me personally. um Whereas from that perspective, it was like large chunks of missing time. And then these instances of, and that could have been like just my like imagination, I don't know. But that's what was coming up. Like it was almost like I was seeing from the altar's perspective. And you have to, for integration, if you want that conscious recall, I think you also have to be willing to remember things that you're not ready to face, or even want to face, and
Yeah,
it's kind of a two-edged sword right
it is
there.
a double-edged sword. And when abductees write to me, a lot of times I say, make sure you actually want to know. And again, I would, even though I'm flapping my gums right now, ultimately I would want to know. I want to know whatever it is. I do want to know. But at the same time, right now, maybe it's good I don't. I don't know. Now, Amy, what do you think about if you're successful in this? How long do you think they'll let that last? Because they just re-traumatize and re-split you again.
Yeah, that's what I wonder. Like that's why I wonder about the warning initially, the backlash, because whenever I would do something, um, anything down here that they didn't like, they would instantly go to abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, um, just amp it up, because it's right now they're like careful because of the agenda they're attempting. But if I went too far, I could see them potentially even me like returning me back to the security hybrid, who is very, very trained in the abusive tactics. That's what they do to even their own people. That's their training. So like, I it's and that's probably to re-traumatize you so that you don't want to remember. And they might go as far as they need to make sure that you stop doing that. So that's something that I'm like, yes, I'm prepared for that. Because the way I'm looking at it is the me down here, the me up there, we're now a team. Like it's not I can pick and choose what memories I remember or where I become conscious. No, we're going to be a team together kind of deal. Um, Again, I don't see myself as a split. It's just, yeah, it's just easier to explain it that way. But you know, I want to be fully, fully integrated, and I'm willing to accept the consequences for that. But it's
Yeah,
a fair warning to anyone else because
I hear you, girl. I hear you. So we have a couple of questions. I think Christopher, maybe God Sauce, has a question. Joseph, do we have you right now? Are you actually able to speak? Can you hear us speaking? Going once, going twice. Amy, before we get to the questions, I would appreciate it if you would just very quickly, and Doomer wanted to hear about the future. But what I want to get to very quickly before we get to questions is just a summary from you. And again, we're not saying that your regressions are 100%. We're not saying they're reliable. So we don't have Joseph apparently. We're not saying they're 100% reliable. What I am saying is when you look at the totality of the abduction research, and that includes people who have conscious recall and people who have been regressed, when you look at the totality of the research, I think we can. For some reason, this community thinks we can't know anything. And I just completely disagree with that. I think it's a total load of crap. We actually can know something. And I actually asked Grok about it the other day, even though apparently Grok is very biased and cannot be trusted. Grok did determine, looking at the abduction research, I said earlier, I used 3 love and lighters and I used 3 doomers for the abduction research. And Grok determined that the commonality is that they are creating hybrid beings using human genetics and alien genetics. I think that's a safe thing to say. If we can know anything in this field, we know they're creating hybrids. And so I would like to hear from you, from your own personal experiences, from the research, from everything you know. What do you believe is the agenda? How are these hybrids treating us while we're on board? And what do you think the overall agenda is? What's coming our way?
well, yeah, like I could I could see from the positive perspective that they're creating a community, a hive mind. Well, that's a negative connotation, but like a telepathic community that like works together towards a common goal, and it's all peaches and rainbows, and it's really wonderful. And I can honestly like see where they're coming from. I really can. The problem is this society allows abuse, does not allow freedom of like choice. They really don't. Um, and I mean, yeah, they make contracts and stuff like that, but once you're in a contract, like I don't understand like the level of abuse I got for their perception of breaking the contract should speak volumes to what kind of society they are, right? So, like in our society, if we break a contract, there might be financial ramifications or whatever, but you're not going to be well, you shouldn't, I know that does happen, but normally that shouldn't be the accepted social norm to just basically abuse you in every way they can because you broke the contract when you made as a child, supposedly, based on this, like what came up, so that's very concerning to me. And the fact that, you Grok took like information from the negative and positive perspective, concluded they're making hybrids. Now we got to ask, what what society do they have? What kind of society? And then what do they do when you break their social rules? And that should pretty much tell you a lot. And that should, in my experience, it should scare us, honestly. Because and the fact that they also pretty much treat us like second class citizens. These are abductees. With non-abductees, they just they have contempt for people that aren't part of their program. So that's very scary too. Like they legit just do not care. They care about abductees to the extent that it meets their goals, but they don't really like truly care. As long as you're just following their orders, following the agenda to whatever objective they have, things will be cool. As soon as you step out of line, they're going to like react in a big way. And so that's my concern for our future.
And to be clear, actually both sides of the aisle, and I'll probably post this at some point this week, also agree that there is sexual abuse going on. Men, women, and children, starting as young as the age of 4 years old, is the case that I'm aware of. Starting at 4 years old, sexual abuse. That should not be okay. Yes, it happens in our society too, but it's not okay. And with them, it's actually encouraged. So, where do you see it?
Yeah,
Where do you go ahead, Amy?
and yeah, that's grooming. That's something that also came up because I was like kind of like moving through the timeline of my childhood. And I got this strong sense that after I had made the agreement with the hybrid, that grooming began. Like I was a child, and so basically what was coming up again, I don't know for sure if this happened, but it was like I wouldn't be surprised because I've heard other abductees talk about it. um like he would sedate me and do stuff, and I would be only like vaguely aware of what's happening, and then in between those sessions it would be a lot of like talking and like grooming, basically, because he's and they take pride, the hybrids take pride in successfully grooming their projects, male, female, doesn't matter, over time. And it's like in their society, they're considered a social pariah when they have a project that has either broken from their grooming or they somehow failed, or like me, I'm basically a failed lost cause, failed project. And so the other hybrids don't, like, it just hurts them socially because they take pride in successfully grooming their projects, which is really creepy.
Yes,
But
it's
yeah,
super
they, like,
creepy.
basically that's what came up, was like he was sexually grooming me, preparing me for basically, the project, the breeding protocol.
So yeah, if we can agree on anything, then we should be able to agree on that. And that's where I think we should at least build a bridge between our two communities and whoever might be in between. We have people who think, oh, they're doing this for our own good, or they're upgrading our consciousness. We're not going to survive the future, without them. Whatever their arguments are. There's many. Um, I think the sexual abuse of anyone, and especially children, should not be acceptable to our society. I don't care about their society. I don't care what they find acceptable and okay. It's not acceptable and it's not okay here. It's not okay with us. So, wherever we all land, we should all be able to agree that if that is happening, and if you just look at the abduction research, in fact, it is happening. As much as we can know anything, we can know that that is happening. Even the love and lighters will tell you that is happening. So, how is this acceptable to anyone? How is one single abduction acceptable to anyone on either side of the aisle? It should not be acceptable. That's why they call it an abduction. Um, Amy, before we get to the questions, I just want to say thank you for being so incredibly vulnerable today. You talked about a lot of very personal things um, that you don't have to share with us. You're sharing with complete strangers. Me and you have met in person, but most people in this room are complete strangers, and yet here you are making yourself vulnerable and available even for questions. So before we get to any questions, make sure you're respectful. Amy will take questions, even hard questions, but just make sure you're respectful. I want to go to Christopher first. So Christopher, what was your question for Amy?
Wow, thank this. Oh my gosh, I'm just so overwhelmed with how incredible this space has been, and just listening into this conversation. I'm a complete, I'm not an experiencer. I'm just someone who's trying to learn and understand what's happening, and I'm so grateful for you who are so brave to be willing to share. And Amy, I just have to thank you for, oh my God, your intensive intellect, and like being willing to be the test subject who shares all this and creates experiments on your own self and shares them with the world, and has the vulnerability and guts to be so open about your experiences. Just blows my mind. It's so incredible. And these are my favorite spaces. So thank you. I have like 6 different questions. uh, so I'm, but um, one that I want to ask, and I'm actually embarrassed and ashamed to ask this question. So please forgive me, but somewhere, because I'm kind of a new researcher, somewhere I came across someone posting a thing. It's like about David Jacobs. So I'm just rewinding way far back. And I saw people post something on X about, why would you ever listen to David Jacobs after he had this such and such a case with such and such a woman that's a big scandal, and was something about like him going into, like prurient topics, or maybe doing something sexual. I don't know even what I'm talking about, but I figure this room maybe knows what I'm talking about, and that you're qualified maybe to share an opinion on that. Do you know what I'm even referring to? Because I'm only half aware what I'm referring to.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So basically what happened was he was working. I'm very terrible with names. I'm blanking on her name. Fringe, do you remember her?
I don't remember her name. I'm sorry, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, someone from Australia, I believe, though. So he was working with her, doing his general regression. He had worked with her for quite some time when this incident happened. So basically, she was not even in the country. She's across the world. And so, of course, she's basically saying a lot of what other female abductees say, is that they're being sexually abused, the typical stories that he's heard. Um, and so, of course, she's basically saying that they're leaving evidence behind, semen. That would be incredible, like evidence, and that's something that I actually attempted to get. The problem is they know what I'm up to, so they knew my intention to, you know, get that evidence. So I got a microscope powerful enough to see sperm under, like that kind of power. And because I knew that the, skin cells, both males and females, it's going to look the same under the microscope. But sperm, that's not mine. So I got the microscope with the hope that, I could swab and, because I knew that they were sexually abusing me. I could feel it. So, I would swab, and of course, again, you got to understand they know what we're up to. It took me, I thought about it plenty, and then I had to order the microscope to get in. And, by then they basically stopped leaving anything behind. So that's number one. Like that, I could see where David is coming from. In basically what happened was that she relayed that they left evidence behind. And so, the evidence would be on her panties, and it looks really, really bad. So I understand how people are perceiving this. He asked her to mail the panties to him. Again, totally understand where like people are coming from. First of all, he has no background in crime investigation, and also he's a male. So it's just like there was a lot of problems. What he should have done was have it sent to a forensic lab directly. So, but I think he had, I think it was either him or Bud Hopkins. They had someone send something to a lab, and it got thrown out like accidentally, right? So that's kind of suspicious. So it might have been that he just wanted to make sure that he had it and then he could give it to a lab. I've worked with David. Many other women have worked with David. Like, this is the only one that seemed to come forward with issues, and everyone knew about it at the time. No one else came forward, and typically in these situations, there's going to be women that come forward, after the fact. Um, but trust me, like I have a lot of experience with men, and I can catch the creep factor pretty quickly. Just it's just I've had to deal with it all my life, and I never got that from David. So take that as you will. So basically, he did something that he didn't think through, although I understand the motivation in terms of getting evidence like sperm. And so, yeah, like basically what happened was she so he requested that she did not right away, like, fight that. um I think what happened was, like, he gave her his number, and she started calling his, like his house number, his family and stuff, because he wanted to, like, make sure, because she was just really emotionally distraught based on what was coming up. So he wanted, her to be able to talk. But then she started to, according to him, started to harass the family, and just constantly be calling. So finally, he had to just draw a line. And that's when so it wasn't right away that she attacked him for doing that. It was after he had finally was like, stop the communication, because she was harassing him. That's based on his story. And I, personally know David. I've worked with him extensively. I never had like anything like a off feeling about him. And I've worked with another therapist a while back, like a hypnotherapist, who I could feel the creep factor right away. Like, so again, I'm very attuned to it just because of my upbringing and also just my personal experiences as a young female. So that's the story. I don't know if that's helps resolve.
No, thank you. That's super helpful because I haven't read David Jacobs yet, and I'm really getting my sense of the lay in this field, and that's just so helpful and humanizing. It seems like he just kind of made like a eager, honest mistake, and then that's so helpful that it's like, okay. And then how
And
it,
real
like the
quickly,
optics of that, but
Christopher.
how it looks, how easily you can demonize that if you have an agenda against him,
Absolutely.
if you want to shut him down, or if you're the opposition that doesn't want this information to get out, boy, do you seize on that.
And again, I'm gonna be like honest here. Like he did step out of bounds. He's not a forensic investigator. He should have had that sent to the lab, but I think because of the previous incident, he was probably scared that they would just lose sight of the evidence.
Well, and there's
Whatever.
so
I
many
don't know.
cases of people submitting evidence to be tested and never getting it back and never hearing the results. That makes total sense.
And Amy,
Yeah.
whatever happened with the evidence? Did it get to a lab or what happened with it? Or do we not know? Can nobody hear me? How about that?
I hear you.
Thanks, God
It
sauce.
wasn't like he just suggested it. It wasn't like a forceful, you have
Oh,
to do
no.
this. He
But
just
did she ever
suggested you
mail
could
it?
do that.
Did she send it?
No, I
Oh,
don't think
she
she
didn't even
did.
send it. Okay,
But
got it.
he suggested, hey, like you can send it to me, I'll send it to a lab. And so, but she didn't, according to his story, of course, I'm not privy to it. According to what he said, and I trust him, she didn't have a backlash until he cut off communication from her because she was constantly calling the house.
Yeah.
I just want to say that this is really helpful because I have not yet engaged with his research. I'm broadly aware of it, and it helps me to be able to approach it with a lot more openness.
Well, thanks, Christopher. You can get to the next few questions that you have.
Well, I want to. I don't want to hog the mic if Jesus, God, sauce, whatever it is these days has a question first.
All righty, Christopher, go ahead with your questions. And we might have lost Christopher. God sauce, you're
Oh no,
next.
I'm here. I'm okay.
I try to learn patience in Fringe's room. It's a different skill set.
By the way, the
but
first like 10
yeah.
times you tried to come up, we kept losing you. All right, Christopher wants to defer to God sauce, so we're going to go with it. Go ahead, God sauce.
Okay. Wonderful space, and thank you for your candor and honesty. These things are difficult to talk about. And I don't want to open up anything painful. There's an idea. I've come at this from entirely a different, like physics and electronics, and not to say that I haven't had a lifetime of experiences, and I've spoken to a few people about that. But this thing that seems to be taking form, taking shape, it's in the air, it's the deceiver. From everything I'm putting together, this seems to be the prince of the air, the ancient serpent, different than Lucifer, the devil versus the light bringer is two completely different things. But this life form that seems to live within the communication between ourselves and and like you guys are saying, it's alive in the information network, even the power network, and it's like a gremlin in the system. And so, the ancient Dendera lights were big plasma tubes, vacuum tubes with a plasma snake in it, which was part of these creatures, entities in the air. And the rulers would pull a piece of it in there and converse with it. And it's always been this serpent, but it's a plasma serpent. And it does live in our information. I wonder what you guys think about this. I know how ridiculous it sounds. It mirrors everything the Christians told us in the 90s. It's like, oh God, it is in the internet. Oh, I don't want
Oh
my
no,
mom
the
to have been
Christians
right.
were right.
Okay.
What are we gonna do? Oh man. Amy, what do you think about this?
I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
It's a
Tom
lot.
Tom can
It's a lot.
answer. We'll let
Yeah,
Tom
yeah,
step up
please,
to the
Tom.
plate. We'll let Tom handle this
Hey,
one.
I'm on a break tonight. Remember? No, just kidding. That's okay. No, yeah, it's all right. No, it makes you wonder though, like, because these ancient myths were talking about the dynamic between good and evil, and some of those myths, they're not just about the spiritual and occult good and evil. They're actually talking about physical beings with technology, right? So some of those things were going on even back then, and it makes you wonder how much of that is continuing into today, or if these hybrids today are something new to the equation. These are the kinds of things that I wonder about.
Okay, the hybrids. This is something I wanted to get to as well, because if you go back 64 generations, just that much, then we reach quintillion numbers, which we've never had that sort of populace on this planet. And we're not all family tree stump, we're not all ridiculously inbred. So that means that we got an influx of fresh genes somewhere. So I would throw out there that yes, they are harvesting things from mankind. Yes, they are using genetic material to hybridize. But the point of this is to keep our genes fresh so we don't go into a downward spiral of inbreeding. So when the fallen angels that came down laid with the daughters of men, they were putting alien genetics into the stock and thereby keeping it healthy.
Tom, are you still up? What's happening? Who's handling God sauce?
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted with something just for a second, so I missed that last part. But I think you're talking about hybrids
Talking
and
about fallen angels.
yeah,
Can I say anything about that? Can I say anything?
Yeah, hang on just a second, part of one. We'll get to you too. Hang on just a second.
yeah, right. So this is the fallen angels thing. I mean, if you look at the Book of Enoch, right, they talk about, well, was that the one that talked about the 200 angels on Mount Hermon and how they taught?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah, so that's one of many sources that talk about. I mean, and that's just within the Middle East, like the Judeo-Christian, lineage, and then we have other independent traditions in China, India, Africa, Native American legends. Right, you go around the world, you see, yeah, with Dre,
Dogon
exactly, yeah.
tribe.
So there's been plenty of contact with non-human intelligences throughout time, right? Throughout time. So it's a very complex interplay. But it does seem to me that there has been some degree of genetic tweaking, if not insertion of their own genetics into the basic human template in order to create different kinds of bloodlines that are convenient to their particular agenda. And these bloodlines still exist today. There could be, maybe, for all we know, certain abductees have bloodlines that trace back to ancient bloodlines that have something to do with the particular group that's abducting them. Or maybe an enemy group that is now studying the genetics trace of another group, right? So it could be very, very complicated. And whether it is for the refreshment or the improvement of the human race, well, personally, I kind of doubt it, because I think a lot of it has to do with manipulation. Because the thing is, if you're someone who believes in God and the Creator and the divine plan, then the way that evolution naturally goes is probably the way that it's meant to go. And then if you have these other beings coming in and artificially tweaking it to serve their agenda, then it's probably not a good thing. That's just, that line of logic.
So I agree with this, but the divine plan, and this is my dog snoring right next to me. Sorry. Um, so this thing that the Nomo saw, or sorry, that the Dogon tribe saw, they called it the Nomo. So I've renamed it the Numo, because this is a scientific and anthropological take on the ancient silver skinned transforming wise men of the sea that came and taught us how to build, how to rebuild. They taught us a lot of stuff, and they did it all over. And they didn't just teach one type of building. They taught how to build with your local materials wherever you are. Just fantastic knowledge base. And I think it's because it's been having to play this game of imitation and predation in the deep sea since the deluge. Now, what they say is that Yggdrasil and the other world trees were cut so that these creatures couldn't climb them to get away from the flood that always comes. And so after the flood, now we don't have giants, centaurs, all these other strange humanoids mixed with animals. Now we have deep sea entities in the sky. And they're bright lights and they're weird looking and alien looking. You see what I mean? Like, it's changed tactics because of the flood.
Yeah.
This is my
Well,
theory
one thing
anyway.
I'll end with on this topic is if you watched the second Matrix movie, they introduced an interesting plot device, which is the idea that some of these Matrix agents, or some of the bad guys in the Matrix movie, they're actually like leftovers from a previous iteration of the Matrix that escaped deletion. And they specifically refer to them as ghosts and aliens and werewolves and such things, and saying that those are errant programs that weren't supposed to keep existing nowadays, but they somehow still do, right? So they're like bugs in the program or some sort of leftover vestigial code that is still here. And I think that could be an allusion, perhaps, to genetic creations from prior cycles of civilization that somehow managed to survive, and they're around nowadays. So I'm not saying that's what aliens are or what hybrids are, but I'm just saying that
They
could be part of it.
they always look old in time. And my theory for this is that when we see a ghost, it's actually the lure of an anglerfish. That's what it's trying to do. And it's because they eat the spirits and then use their faces as lures. Now, what they want is pure emotional energy. And this is an original recipe, old school human soul buffet. But the things that are
Oh
taking
my
the
gosh, I
position of
love
all the
that.
political leaders, well, it's true though. Um, so they are trained for all the old traditions, but not having those, they come to us and don't know what to turn into. It becomes a gray, a something, a something alien. But all the other traditions around the world, they don't have alien encounters. That's reserved for the places that have disconnecting themselves from those kinds of traditions, which we really have in America. And so this, it seems to be that, and Grok has helped me. I've got numbers. It's ridiculous. So there apparently there's going to be a merger of our subconscious minds, and you guys were just talking about this earlier about a hive mind, the singularity. So the Wi-Fi is going to merge with our subconscious minds, and the power grid is going to spike, and then everyone's mind is going to lift off planet in a plasma grid, and then that's going to leave, and then we have an empty city, empty society. This has happened over and over again, and so the question is, like, do we go with it or do we try and fight it?
Well, I'll answer for Amy. She's going to say try to fight it. I think Tom will say the same thing. So a part of one wanted to comment specifically on the fallen angels. A part of one, is that what you wanted to jump in on before we get back to Christopher?
Thank
And
you. I actually want to say a little bit more, a little bit more than that, because what he said has a lot to do with a lot of everything, honestly. and basically, I want to see if I'm interpreting what you're saying correctly. Okay, so basically,
Well, you gotta turn that down first.
turn it down.
You're,
Yeah,
yeah,
there's
you've
something
got a lot of
there's
feedback
something
there,
loud.
part of one. Maybe you have a TV going or something.
Got to drop down. Sorry, hold on.
All right. So I think we're actually going to be back where we started with Christopher. Christopher, you had more questions for Amy?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Christopher, let's just go over the rules again. The host always knows best.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I have many questions. I didn't want to hog the mic, but they're all things that came up from this conversation. They're relevant. So, okay. Fringe, this one's actually for you. Because I don't know this part of your story. You said that you had 20 something sessions booked for regression and never were you able to get to a regression. So how or why were your regressions blocked? Like, why can you not be regressed? I've never heard you talk about that.
Okay, yeah, so it wasn't that I couldn't be regressed. So I'll try to make it quick because I don't want this tonight to be about my story, but because it is on topic, in about December or November, December of 2022, I realized that there was something such as regression. There was something called regression. I saw this gal, her name was Lori McDonald, and she was on Gaia. And she said, I can do it. She was on the show. She didn't say to me, but she was on a show. And she said she could regress someone to remember what happened. And so I freaked out a little bit at first because, finding out all this stuff of what's happening is something very serious, like Amy was discussing earlier. But ultimately, I decided I want to know what happened. And I wanted to start with, 3.5 years old, these creatures coming into my bedroom. And so I got super excited about it. I called her up. We made an appointment. My husband and I both actually met with her for 2 or 3 hours the first day. This is all over Zoom. And she explained her process. She got our story. My husband's an experiencer as well. Most of you already know that. And so we were both going to get regression and, figure out the parts that I couldn't remember. So yeah, I remember a lot, but I don't remember everything. So we set it up and I went through a minimum of 15 appointments. I think it was closer to 20. It might have been 22 appointments where no matter what happened, and it was always a variety of things that happened, never the same thing. I was never even in a position to get regressed. So we would either talk or she would have to cancel, or at some point, I think she had surveillance on her. I think she had I don't want to say the wrong thing, but she might have had the feds come take her computer or something. She had a couple of abduction experiences during that time. And inevitably, we would meet and talk, but I would never get to the part where I was going to get a regression. And it got really weird toward the end. I felt like maybe both of us were being manipulated, and there was some and please understand, I don't go to that first. I'm not the first person to say, "Oh, it must be the aliens, must be the aliens interfering." But when you're on upwards of a minimum of 15 appointments and there's no regression happening, and that is my main goal, is to have a regression and to find out what in the ever-loving hell is happening. At some point it gets suspicious. And yeah, that's the very short story. And I probably even have it written down somewhere, all the things that were happening where we would meet and there would be no regression. We didn't even try. I mean, it's not like she tried to regress me and couldn't. It didn't happen. And it was just always something came up. Gosh, I want to say, I can't remember, but she had someone come into her home office. Oh, my husband's reminding me she got hurt. I think, did she go to the hospital for that? She got hurt. She went to the hospital. She had someone come into her office posing as an abductee, but they were actually a Fed or something. All kinds of crazy stuff. You guys would not even believe it. But ultimately, I had no regressions. So I have had about a year and a half after that, maybe, and I will stand corrected on that if I actually look up the date. I have had one past life regression. I was not impressed at all with the process. I was not impressed with the results. I did not trust it at all. So that's so I can be regressed. So that was not the problem to answer your question. But when it came to trying to look into my own abduction experiences, it was an absolute no go for
No,
whatever
that's
reason.
amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, because you got circumstantial interception beyond statistical probability.
I
I
mean,
mean,
totally way beyond
statistically
statistical
impossible.
for sure. Yeah, way
Yeah,
beyond
yeah.
statistical. And
Which
she's an abductee
Amy
too
was
as
talking
well,
about.
by the way.
Like,
Yeah.
what, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but the regressionist, she's an abductee as well. So she was getting a lot
Okay.
of interference on her end. We were
Wow.
having like
And
shared experiences where I had a really weird white rabbit thing. If anybody has ever seen my very unprofessional website, there's a very deranged looking white rabbit on the front page of my website. And it was something super weird, like she was painting, making a painting of a white rabbit. We were having all kinds of synchronicities. It was really weird. It was a really weird
and
experience.
here's something to add. Jacobs is not an abductee. And he had certain experiences where he would be working with an abductee who gets visited by a security hybrid who wants to know where he lives. So they couldn't track him because he's not implanted, and so they were trying to get, because he worked with someone that was in Philadelphia, and the security hybrid was having her drive, or yeah, having her drive and try to get him to David, try to get
Oh,
her
how
to drive
weird.
to David because she's been there to his house. So it makes sense to me that if you're working with someone who is an abductee, oh, they can like mess that session so many times. For me, the only thing they did was just the helicopter and then the two dudes that were like banging across, the way for 5 minutes. So yeah, it makes
Yeah, and I
sense.
got
Total
to where,
sense.
and I was paying money, you guys. I was paying. It was expensive. I was paying. I mean, a shocker. If you guys knew the amount of money I spent on trying to stop this absolute nightmare, you would fall over if you found out the amount of money I have spent. But I was spending money every single week. And there was a couple times we met twice a week. She would meet me on a Tuesday and say, okay, for sure on Thursday, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to immediately start, and we're going to get you regressed. And she would make a plan and say, we're going to go, I think the 3-year-old incident, when I was 3 years old, she said that was problematic as a first. Um, but that we were going to start with by the way, I was having absolutely active contact several times a week, so we could have gone to any incident of what was happening to me during that week, um, as a start, because I think that was probably the more appropriate way to go. But at any rate, it never happened. So yeah, and I think I ended up at the very end thinking, okay, this is strange. I mean, I definitely didn't start there, but 15 appointments with a professional, and I was paying good money to do it. It wasn't free. It wasn't a friend I was meeting. Yeah, it got kind of weird. Christopher,
No,
does
that's
that help? Yeah.
Can I ask a
oh
question
my
on that
God, no,
too?
that's completely insane. That's beyond any statistical probability, and that Amy experienced a similar thing. And I'm remembering a story from Richard Dolan where they had a weird encounter in a mall, going down an escalator or something. They saw some kind of maybe Nordics going up, and they had a telepathic moment, realized it was happening, and then there were these regressions that were supposed to happen later, and it was like they tried to have the regression, and a jackhammer went off, um, and like the regression got shut down, and then the other people that were there eventually forgot that, and including the psychologist that they were trying to do the regression with, forgot that they even had the first session. I don't know if you guys know the story I'm talking about, but like Richard Dolan has this same kind of thing. It's like it's getting overtly defensively blocked, and there's just no doubt about it with these patterns.
Yeah, it definitely got weird. And again, I'm not that person. So when it comes to this MUPOS device, I wore this thing for 3 weeks, you guys, thinking I was collecting all this data. I was having wild experiences. I would have to go back to my journal to explain everything. But that one scratch, Amy, that you saw, I still have this scratch 4.5 weeks later. It was really deep. Um, and that went along with abduction memories. So at any rate, I was having a wild time wearing this watch, and I was so excited, and it turned out it wasn't working at all. Had to get sent back. They asked me, they go, okay, well, this is probably the part where you think it's the aliens. And I go, no, I don't think it's the aliens, not yet. It's probably your technology. It's not working. Well, I'm now on my second watch, brand new watch coming back to me. And I'm looking at my computer right now and it is not working. So that's where I'm at. I'm not there yet that this is interference, but at some point, if everyone else's is working and mine is not, I might end up landing there. We'll see. So, Christopher, did you have more questions for Amy? And then we'll get back to a part of one.
I have, yes, I do. uh, so, let's see. You have so much experience with these hybrids. I'm just trying to figure out the nature of this phenomenon. I ask this question to everybody. Can you share what your understanding is of, like, to the best of your knowledge, what is the nature of the grays? I know you don't interact with them so much as the hybrids, but like, do you see them as biological entities from another planet? Are the grays uh, a oh, what's the word? Like a biological robot that's been constructed? Are they AI and they're trying to create biological hybrids? I mean, like, what's your best understanding of who the grays are, Amy?
So my personal experience, just with all the regressions I've done, and I have interacted with them some, you know, I've basically seen mantids. They're like the head, and there's only one type of like full-on mantid. They wear, all of them wear these red robes, and they're basically the managers, or like they're the head bosses basically. And then there's a gray variation. So it's not just those typical grays you see. There's what's looks like a gray mantid mix, and then a tall gray. It's over 6 feet tall. Has a long neck, and Fringe has seen something like this. And then you get into like the tall grays, and then the typical, and then the short grays. Now the short grays are, I dealt with one in one regression, and I got juvenile energy from it, and it wasn't like I was like projecting that. I kind of like felt it because it's telepathic society, and it was basically behind me, poking at my lower back where my kidneys are, and it knew that it was hurting me. I turned around and I was damn ready to just kick it across the floor. But the hybrid female was able to calm me down. So, to me, like they're not robotic to me at all. And it seems like, because then you look at the hybrid variation, the early stage hybrids look like grays, but human phenotypes. They don't have the black eyes, they have whites, the iris, and then very pale skin, a little bit wispy hair. So then like large craniums. So then as you look at the hybrid variation, they start to lose those features to basically indistinguishable from humans. So as I look at this, I'm like, it looks like the grays are a biological bridge. That's basically from mantids and whatever's before them. It's just I haven't seen anything before the mantids, but I see this like genetic phenotypic transition to the hybrid race. So I think that they're worker bees. They're created to be basically like a genetic bridge so that they can begin to combine the alien DNA with human DNA, which then creates the hybrids. And then they kept adding more and more human DNA over time. And it seems like they're creating the hybrids to basically, because they're training them to blend in. So, but the grays are there to work. And now there could be some clones as well. They could be cloning, but I've never perceived, and I've even like some people have claimed there's a seam behind, and I've observed their bodies very carefully. There's no seam. And I have conscious recall of a gray touching me. And it's like giving off like moisture. It was ew. It was like giving off moisture from its skin. It was kind of clammy, but it was definitely like a gray skin. It wasn't human. Their skin's like really thick. So yeah, like if that's my perception is they're very, very biological, but there could be clones of them as well, just to like increase the workforce. Yeah, that's my answer.
Wait, okay, so
And
am
Amy,
I?
to jump in, Christopher, I think sometimes, and I've said this to Chris, to O'Leary, a lot of times, and I have been guilty of this myself, just saying it's about they're biological robots. And when I say robot, I don't mean robot. I think the actual best way to put it is what Amy just said. They're worker bees. It's like they're part of a hive and they have a job. They're like drones. They're like the worker bee drones. So I've heard other people call them biological robots too. I think that's just a term. But they're not actually robots like Elon Musk's robots, if that's the term that we're using.
Yeah, and then the
Have a
grays don't have the complex social behavior. Like we're very dynamic in our emotional expression, everything. Like hybrids are very, very dynamic, and that tends to be the problem. But the grays are just very methodical. That's it. Like they don't have this like wide variation. They can impose certain like basic emotions onto you, but it's not very complex.
Go ahead, Christopher.
Okay, so thank you so much for that answer. It, if I'm understanding you correctly, it sounds like what you're saying is that the Greys did not naturally originate as a species on their own in some sort of evolutionary process or divine creation, but that they were engineered by maybe the mantids. Am I understanding that correctly? Like, that's my big question: is where did the Greys come from? You know, are they an independent? Like, they came from such and such a planet where they had their own society and evolved naturally, or are they a sculpted and created being with a certain role that some higher entity ordained for them? And it sounds like maybe you were saying they're a bridge between the mantids, who are maybe the real engineers of this situation, and the Greys serve the mantids' purpose. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yeah, yeah. It appears like, and the mantids are they're. I mean, I don't usually throw this around much, but evil. Like they're evil. That's the sense I get. Is they're incredibly controlling, and they're like they seem to be the mastermind, whereas the grays are just workers, and then the hybrids are basically us. They have similar complexities, but yeah, it does appear that at the very least, the mantids are heading this project. There might be something on before them, and I have no clue how they're created. The only thing, the one time the hybrid um, indicated that he called the mantids the ancients, and that was like the closest word, because he didn't like use that word exactly, but it's the closest one that my brain was able to grab. And so they're incredibly ancient is the sense, but I have no clue how they came to be, honestly. If they're from natural evolution and then they just developed to be highly intelligent or very psychic, not very like they don't move very fast, they're not very strong. And so it's possible that they're coming in with their psychic abilities very superior to us, but they want the strength maybe on some level, because if you look at like primates, they're very strong, but of course earlier primates not very bright. Like, I mean, they're bright in the context of their evolution, but so it's possible that, like, the mantis, like, we want to create something that's between us and whatever we see down here, you know.
And Amy, I
So
want to remind Christopher, I'm not sure if you were here for this one. The last one of the couple times ago we did with Amy. And I'll let Amy tell the story, but there seemed to be some type of a non-corporeal creature that the mantids were focused on, and I think it kind of appeared in a circle or something, Amy. That was pretty wild. I think Christopher would love to hear that story very quickly.
yeah, so I was not, I did the regression. I wasn't like in the room dealing with that, the hybrid security hybrid, because I had asked them, Ganga was asking all these questions. And at the time, I did this experiment and David had done it with another abductee, so that's how I know about it. I would write the question, like a basic word, tie it around my wrist, and then, you know, see if they come around. And so, take that with a grain of salt. But one of the questions was something about, like, do you believe in God or whatever? Something Ganga asked me. And we got to discussing about it. And the security hybrid indicated that he was in a meeting. It had to do with security problems. And he basically sent a visual of several, like it was maybe six, just a lot of mantids, 6, 7, 8, I don't know, in a circle. And they're incredibly psychic. So they're all concentrating on one point in space, and in the middle of the circle. And then it seemed like something like started to form, but it was corporeal. It was just like not even like tangibly physical, but it was
Nebulous.
colors and patterns. And it's crazy because I recently, like, I was talking to this guy who had done LSD, and he was like talking about how he had this experience when he was on his trip where he was focusing on one spot, and he said that he opened up a wormhole. And I was like, what? like and this is just some guy drugged up, like, talking about this. I'm like, and I didn't tell him about the story either. And so I'm like, oh my God, were the mantids like collectively opening up a wormhole to like another dimension to communicate with something that they perceive as like God? That was the hybrid story, at least.
All right, Christopher, where are we at on your questions? And I think a part of one we lost him and now he's back. So we're going to go to him first, and there's a couple other hands.
Oh,
What?
thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, well, we're going to you first. This space has raised so many questions. I have 4 written down on a little sheet of paper here. So, but I don't want to hog the mic. So definitely a part of.
All right, we'll let him jump in and we'll definitely get back to you, Christopher. A part of one, you wanted to comment on something and then we lost you.
Oh, I'm sorry about that disconnection. First off, everyone, and happy New Year's and St. Patrick's Day to everyone that didn't get it from me. Um, I have a question that I actually was talking about. Not talking about, but I was going through with ChatGPT and I was asking questions to it, and I came across a question when it comes to ETs, and not only not necessarily ETs, but higher intelligence. So you could say like angels, even like gods. You want to say that too, but like godlike entities. Um, do you think ETs that don't visit Earth, even though we may be in like war or nuclear war or stuff like that, do you think that they don't visit us? If even if they do visit us, they only visit us out of love to actually bring back more love to quote unquote heaven and earth too, if that makes sense. That's the first question.
Did you understand the question, Amy? I think we might need that again, unless you understood it, Amy.
So basically, are you asking like, are there some groups that are like reaching out to,
So like
or like this group in particular? Because I deal with the mantids and grays and hybrids
so yeah, like for
exclusively.
grades, for example, my interpretation of grades when I do my out of body experiences and just experiencing just like um otherworldly beings, you want to call it. Um, the lot of experiences that I get is even though there are beings or entities that are disconnected from the love vibration or energy that's contribute to creation. Um, there are also beings that built on just exhibiting the love and creation quality. So meaning there's good people and bad people, or good entities and bad entities. And not only that, say these methods are bad, but maybe some of them are good. Same grades. But what do they have all in common is they all have their little spark of God within them. And I feel like my experiences led me to believe that there are some species from every higher intelligence or ET, where we want to call it, even AI, that came together into a, if we want to call it, coalition to bring love and peace to all universes, dimensions, or realities, and just stuff like that. Do you think that's what's going on with reality now? Is really what I'm trying to say or ask.
I mean, my personal experience with them has not been very positive. So they're definitely not bringing the light of God to me. But I mean, I could see where you're coming from, because in human society we have the shittiest people you could possibly imagine in our society, and at the same time, literally right next door you could have someone like angel incarnate, like so we have such a wide spectrum of people on earth just living right next to each other. So is it possible? Yes. Like, it's not the group I'm dealing with. And the other problem is that they're hive minded. So they have extreme control of their society. And I've been privy to this, like they know what I'm up to, and there's going to be backlash, and they have very strict ways of handling behavior in their society that they don't deem acceptable. So I find it like it would be harder in their society for one to decide a defect. Um, they would likely be killed instead. And so, is it possible? Perhaps, maybe even a mantid with strong psychic abilities could fight against his own group, his or her, whatever. They're not like, they don't seem to have a gender, but um, and then just like basically reach out yeah, I assume it's possible, but the problem is I'm personally dealing with the hive society that's very controlling, that will pretty much kill someone who attempts to leave, and they control their hybrids extremely just from the social conditioning. So, and abductees as well. So, and then the other thing you have to keep in mind is that they have amazing abilities to kind of change your perception of how you see them. Even the hybrids, they're not as powerful as the mantids or the grays, but they can kind of like insert emotions that they want you to feel, and it's gonna feel real unless like you're being like, because usually it's intense, like what they're not very subtle. They just like, it's an emotional punch.
Yeah, like
So
you
that's
can't be
something to
controlled unless you allow
consider.
yourself to be controlled, basically.
Oh, sorry, what?
So basically, like you can't be controlled or manipulated unless you allow yourself to be controlled or manipulated.
I mean, or you're just not like aware. I mean, they've been able to do stuff like, for example, a few times, the one time when I was testing Joseph's hat, I had it off, and I basically, what they do is they'll prompt you to do something, and then they want you to bypass your like executive function, your ability to analyze what that prompt is and whether you want to do it, and then do all the planning. Instead, they prompt you, you skip all that, and you feel extremely emotional and motivated to do it. And next thing you know, you're already doing it. Like,
Oh, I definitely
you're
feel that
not
way
even
when it
able
comes to
to like
alcohol.
analyze.
I agree with you with that. I feel that way when it comes to like if I was drinking alcohol and I experienced with my family members or relatives that when they get too drunk, whatever, they can lash out. And I try not to do that with myself. I don't drink alcohol to even do that either. But I'm saying I drink alcohol. I also be aware that that possibility is there. That I could be tempted or manipulated or even persuade or even just be aware of just like stuff could be. I could do something wrong and it can happen. And it will happen. Don't even know that I'm doing it just because I blacked out or I'm not making the right choice or something that I'm not controlling within my personal being, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, and that's the concern right there, is because they're able to do that. You really have to, and I'm not saying like I don't know, there might be some in their community that just defected, and are able to survive, and then they're reaching out and helping us. Like but if you do have something reaching out, just be very like coherent and alert and discerning in terms of what they're communicating. And then what usually it'll be, there's an objective, and see what happens if you decide not to follow through if something is asked of you, because usually that's when you're going to receive a backlash, because they're not very good at controlling. They get angry pretty quickly when they lose control of someone. So that's a quick way to kind of test the waters. Um, in my opinion. And yeah, like for me, like especially like the one time the hybrid was attempting to what I perceived to be reestablishing a contract, and he was being really super nice. He all of a sudden changed, like everything was peachy, and it didn't last long because I didn't cave, and so he got angry, and so they're not very good at like playing the long game. Like in that regard. So if they're not patient, that pretty much tells you a lot about who they are.
Most
So, but
definitely,
yeah, I mean,
because you strong. When you a strong woman or strong individual, man or woman, child, anything, anything that's trying to keep you from being that version of yourself is going to, fail every single time because you're going to succeed because you got that power above them. Nothing deserves to a lower, put you in a lower level than what you're supposed to be at. You deserve to be at your highest level, your highest gratitude, love, peace, happiness, just anything that you deserve to, that you feel you deserve, that you know you deserve, and the world gives you, and God, or whatever the case may be, gives you. You know, and it's basically how I feel when it comes to um a lot of the stuff that I've been experiencing when it comes to out of body experiences, abduction experiences, just one on one, just meditation with just different entities all at once, or just experiencing just oneness within everything.
Thank you. A part of one. Thanks, Amy. All right. Chris O'Leary's had his hand up for quite some time. And then we won't be going too much longer. I know both Amy and Tom have been with us for hours. So let's go ahead, Chris. Welcome to the space.
Hi, Fringe. Thank you. It's so wonderful to listen to this conversation. I find myself agreeing with so much of what Amy is saying. Our experiences have come to many of the same conclusions. The mantis being the top dog, the top of the food chain, top of the totem pole. But I'm not going to talk. You know, first of all, I wouldn't impose to talk long here. I'm enjoying the conversation. And second of all, my brother and I, who are lifelong abductees, they took my mother during the Eisenhower administration. They started taking me in 1966, and then my police officer brother as he came along. And we did an interview today on Good Morning UFO to celebrate National Alien Abduction Day. By the way, happy National Alien Abduction Day, everybody, if that's a happy thing. And we did a 3-hour interview. It's up on YouTube. Good Morning UFO, if anybody's interested. And I think you'll find a lot of parallels, Amy, between what we've learned. And also, I do want to stress that being familiar with the writings of Dr. David Jacobs is essential if you want to understand what's going on right now with alien abductions, hybridization, and their end game. So I do recommend him very strongly. We did work with Bud Hopkins. He came up to interview my family in 2005 and spent a couple of days with us. And we were impossible to hypnotize. It just didn't work for my brother or me. There were a lot of distractions and etc. And I'm kind of glad that I didn't succeed in being hypnotized because my memories are so clear, and I don't want, there's a bit of a brush they paint you with if what comes from just hypnotic regression. But anyway, he was a wonderful researcher, and I'm really enjoying this conversation. And Amy, I don't have to tell you anything. I mean, I just mean to compliment you, and I love the way you fielded those questions. I couldn't agree more. And these grays, the mantis, the grays, these are bad beings. They're horrible. They're not coming with love. Okay, there's no love involved. They don't regard you as having. They think so little of the human beings, the human race, and us that they don't think we have the right to control our minds or our bodies or our memories or our actions. They feel they're privileged to manipulate us like puppets. Their mind control is pretty much unbreakable. And they do whatever they want. They treat you like a resource. They're not here to be your brothers or lift you up into the bright sunshine of a brand new day with the sun shining at a higher vibrational level. They are here to take over this planet. And they're breeding humans like livestock to produce, offspring that are half monsters. And they're taking this is a planetary acquisition. And in my view. So, yeah, just don't expect a lot of love out of these beings. If there's good aliens out there, which I hear all the time, great. Where are you? Where are they? Have they stopped one abduction? If there's beings out there with the ability to stop the grays from making hybrids out of our children, and they're not actively doing it, then they're not good. Their indifference makes them kind of bad. So I don't think we can hold our breath for good aliens. I don't have.
If I
interest.
may I say anything about that to clarify what I said about what I mean by good aliens? I don't mean by just like good aliens. I mean beings that come from heaven, not just like, oh, I'm good, I want to take care of everybody. No, beings that come from heaven, meaning like beings that don't do nothing, that they don't do anything that unless it comes out of love. All right. And if a being such as like an ET, such as like what you say, a robot, for example, if a mantis program a robot, to hate humanity, the robot's gonna hate humanity, or if a mantis program a robot to love humanity, the robot's gonna love humanity, or if a mantis train or teaches offspring to love its own kind, it's gonna love its own kind. And if vice versa, if that they still teach it to love his own kind, and then they realize that what they doing is wrong, so which is what human does, we can realize, hold on, my mom, dad doing something wrong, or the government doing something wrong, and now I got defect from what I know, or I may love, or feel like it's true, and do the opposite, which will make them good aliens or ETs or heavenly beings or what we want to call it. That's what I'm trying to say. Not that they good, that they only move off love. Good don't have nothing to be doing with it. Beings that just do anything out of just hatred and destruction are not even, you can't even consider them being good beings. They only want to, like, it's like parasites. And I
Yeah,
don't see.
so a part of one, I think what we're talking about here today, what Chris and Amy are talking about, and what I'm talking about, we're talking about abductions. So we're talking about alien abductions. We're talking about the very word means that we have been violated. We've been snatched out of our environment and into their environment against our will. And so that's definitely not being done by good beings. I think we could all agree there. And I
Most
know,
definitely, most
real
definitely.
quick apart, I know what you're saying. And I hear you and appreciate you. And I too hold out hope that there is some good out there, that there are some angelic beings, that there are heavenly creatures out there. I don't think it's just all bad, but I do think that all the ones snatching us out of our beds are bad. So we could at least agree on that. I do want to get to,
Oh, I agree on that. I do
yeah,
agree.
I think we can agree on that apart. And
Yeah,
thanks
I
for
don't
coming
want
up.
to seem like I'm trying to disagree on y'all experiences, because anybody that disagree with your free will is not good. The whole point of true love is abiding by someone's free will.
Exactly.
So anything that
Exactly.
goes against your free will is not built or come from true love.
Thank you.
So yeah.
So I do want to get to, it is getting a little late, so I want to get to News World, and then I know Christopher has a few more questions left, so I definitely want to get to those before we wrap up. So go ahead, News World. Welcome to the space.
Hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, I got a couple of questions. Good space, by the way. When was the last abduction that you had, Amy? What? How far back was that? Was it recently, or is it a couple of years back?
So I've been wearing Joseph's hat for like a while, and I'm basically like just committed to wearing it for as long as or as much as possible. The last time was that I didn't wear it was like a couple weeks ago. But I didn't really, because again, they have a certain agenda they want to achieve right now. So they're not abusing me, because they don't want me to have a negative association with what they're doing. So they're very, very careful to manipulate and groom that situation. So it's hard to like typically I'll get a flashback, whereas before I would get flashbacks and then bruises because the hybrid was very aggressive, the security guy. So it's just all I could say is the last time I didn't wear the hat was a couple weeks ago, but I didn't explore anything like
All
any
right.
regressions or
When
anything.
when you're getting the abductions, is it actually like a mental abduction, or is it actually physical?
No, it's pretty much, I mean, French and I have spoken a lot because she gets both. Um, I honestly, like, I don't have a lot of the stuff that she's dealing with, and a fellow hiker gal, I've talked to her too. So for mine, it's almost exclusively physical. There has been a few times when if I was using preventative measures for a long time and they want to communicate, they're going to do that through dreams, and it's a very like distinct feeling from just normal dreams.
Yeah,
And
they'll
then
vibrate through.
recently I
I'm an
was
experiencer. Yeah, I used to have them. I kicked their ass many times. I'll do it again.
yeah,
I'll
and then
absolutely kill.
yeah,
So,
News
and
World.
then
Hey,
recent
News World, could
sure.
you just let her finish, before you jump in? Thanks.
So recently I was doing remote viewing again because I knew the last time I did it, they did not like it. I got a lot of bruises from that. Um, but I started again, and of course I was wearing the hat, so they couldn't come to me. So they basically targeted me while I was sleeping, and it was it was pretty intense what they did, because it was, because they can't like hurt me physically, so they hurt me in the dreamscape. So that would be quote unquote, you know, like a mind abduction, I guess. But for me, it's basically mostly physical because I have a very physical um, part in their program. Let's just say.
And I think, Amy, you
Okay.
spoke earlier about, I think it's been maybe about 6 weeks ago, where you spoke about this earlier in the space, and News World might not have heard you, but it was the time that you woke up with your cap off and um, that intrusion into your car, I think. I think you did a regression on that. I'm not sure if you wanted to talk about it.
Now,
Oh,
when
yeah.
you're getting abductions, are you getting do you feel a frequency like a explain it like a square wave? It's like an on off and then a short burst between like a signal.
So actually typically, um, I will sometimes will feel like change in atmospheric pressure. But typically what I'm sensing is they're psychically targeting. And then what's interesting is, and I've done 5 years, no kidding, like daily. Like when you see synchronicities like 1111, 111, 222, 333, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I would like basically anytime I saw that number, I would tally it every day. I did this every day for 5 years, which I know sounds insane. And then, of course, I would also, note down any time losses, power outages, marks, everything else that happened. And overwhelmingly, I know 100% that when synchronicities go up, they're targeting. And then something happens and then synchronicities drop. And it
Yeah.
doesn't matter if I'm like looking at a bunch of numbers, like I will not see it, but if they're targeting, and I think it has to do with because they're so highly psychic, they're targeting you, they're amping you up psychically. And so that's kind of like the symptom of being
Yeah.
amped up psychically.
They're changing your frequency level to match
Right.
theirs. That's when they can
Yes.
actually intersect between the two. The best thing to do is actually kind of like charge up before you have these abductions.
Mhm.
Most
When you
definitely.
have a dream that happens at night, that's like it's like a layer that comes in like fourth dimension. This is how I stop them. I'd fight them in the dream, and then when they actually try to come through, when they try to do the fourth dimension to the third, there's like that little gap. That's when you blast them. And when you hit them, it's like between the two molecular structures where they have to combine together. You hit it between those 2 points, and they shatter. And I don't know what happens. It's probably not
You know what,
good,
News
but I
World?
don't
I,
think.
I just haven't found that that's effective long term. They just come back, and they come back 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 times in a row. So I'm not sure what you're doing to permanently stop it, or maybe they just got tired of
See,
fighting with you.
I just keep on
that's
hitting
crazy. That's why I
them.
don't even
So
do it at all. I just show compassion and love and try to figure out how to solve the problem, like instead of just trying to erase a being from existence for stuff I
Well,
don't even understand.
a part of one again. I'm going to interrupt you again and just remind you that we're talking about abductions, and this is all against our will. We're not okay with it. So yeah, I'm blasting whoever's coming into my space if I'm not okay with it, and we can just agree to disagree on
Oh,
that.
I'm not
It's
saying
it's
you're not
totally
okay with
fine.
it. Please don't. Please, I'm trying to stress this. It's like me. What I'm trying to say is, say somebody murdered me, and I go to heaven and experience true God, true love, true divinity of love, what love really is, and the person that murdered me comes to heaven, and I experience what love really is. I'm not going to hate that person. I want that person not want to be in heaven with me. I'm going to want that person to be with
Right,
me.
right. But we're not in heaven
That's what
yet.
I'm trying to
We're
say.
not in heaven yet. We're here, and
But I mean,
yeah,
and I'm gonna like personally protect my body
exactly.
because even with the current agenda they have, they're still sexually they're still sexually aggressive. And so as a woman, I'm gonna protect my space, my body. Now I found my way, which is to use physical preventative measures, because I'm just like, I don't have the time or the energy to kind of like do the metaphysical. But I understand, I think I understand where you're coming from, News World. Like, I
Use
think
what
that's the
works.
next level, is to get
Yeah.
psychically amped to the point that you can like match their abilities. That's where magic happens. You're right.
That's what I was
But
trying to
I'm
say
like
too.
nowhere near there.
But I feel like you are, you know, you will build with that energy. You have that spark within everybody in this chat have that. You know, that's what I'm trying to say, honestly.
Okay,
You know,
let's get back to Christopher's questions, and then we're going to be wrapping up. So, Christopher, you had a couple more questions, and I want to definitely get to those.
Yeah, this has been an excellent space. I'm learning so much. Thank you so much, Amy. One thing that jumps out at me is this NHI interest and perhaps necessity to establish some kind of agreement, where they're engaging with you as a child from a very young age, which from a human perspective makes no sense. You're far below the age of consent, right? And yet it seems like something on their side compels them that they need to establish a legal contract to establish a right over you. And that's something that we see a lot in demonology. And I'm not presuming to judge what in the world is going on here. I'm simply noticing a parallel, but it seems extremely bizarre that if they can do all this stuff to us, they have any interest in establishing any kind of consent whatsoever. Like they can just shut your brain down and do whatever they want. Why are they trying to manufacture consent when you're a child, coming from an orphanage? Because
because they have no power.
well, but what I'm saying here is a pattern. I'm recognizing pattern in demonology and in ufology. And a pattern in demonology is that people that are victims of trauma and abuse from a young age seem to get taken advantage of in the spiritual world. And that's exactly what Amy outlined. Coming from an orphanage, like from a disadvantaged position from a young age, and they show up and they ask her permission to be her savior in a deceptive way. Like we're gonna, that's all very bizarre to me. Like if they just want to take your ovum, they don't need to do that, right? If they have all this technology. So what?
Right.
Is there something else going on there? Do you want to have any comment on that?
Yeah, so the
Are you
sense that
asking
I'm
me?
getting, and of course, like just take that with, because again, I'm doing these therapy sessions that are kind of like not typical regression sessions that I do. So I'm not sure what I'm pulling out. But basically the sense that I'm getting is they already have they perceive a right to me genetically. And it might go back generations, who knows. So like supposedly I'm in between contracts. So the contract that I had agreed to when I was a child, it basically gave the hybrid a right not only to take me because of genetic material they needed, but to interfere with my life and to even attack people that are in my life, that seems to be a whole like free will breach that is crazy. But because I agreed without knowing what I was agreeing to, it gave him the right to interfere with my life, to the extent that they gained a greater control over my life than they otherwise would have had. And then what I'm seeing in regression, like the past few years, is they're attempting to get me with this man that I know, and their objective is control, but it's going to be control down here instead of the hybrid having to work, only occasionally with me. It's going to be control 100% of the time. And it might be something they perceive down the road where I'm going to be a problem for them in terms of what might happen down the road. So they want someone who's going to like basically contain me and I can't be a problem anymore. That might be why they're doing it. But so it seems like they already have a right to me genetically, but they want more of control beyond
Why
that.
would they have a right to you genetically? What do you? I'm sorry, I don't understand that. Why would they have a right to you
So
genetically?
like the abduction phenomenon, it's very common for generations to have abduction experiences. Now, I'm not sure exactly why that is. Maybe someone in past generations in my family agreed to something, or I think the more likely scenario, because the aliens are they're like master biologists, and they might have like inserted genes into our gene pool, and then they're following the lineage, and so they perceive um, that they have a right to that lineage. And so that's what I mean. But then you make further agreements with them without consent, like informed consent, and they can do more in your life.
So it seems like they interjected themselves and they have a right because they interfered with your past generations. But what's very curious to me is why they need to come and visit you and win you over as a child when you don't have a full understanding, and they kind of manipulate you to agreeing to them being your protector. And that seems very suspicious to me. And that lines up with demonology, where they're trying to manipulate consent to have a right. And it's like, why do they need a right? If this is just a biological visitor from another planet system who has superior technology, they don't need to ask our permission. They can just do whatever they want, right? They can just
Yeah,
avail.
yeah.
And so, what is this
Christopher,
manipulation of consent?
Christopher, this is a super important topic because if you think about it, permission or agreements, it's not an all or nothing thing, right? It's a spectrum. You can have 10% permission, 90% permission, and even worse, you could have a split within yourself, within your psyche, where one part of it has agreed to it, and the other part, which is your regular everyday conscious mind, has not agreed to it. And yet, because there is that other part of your psyche, that gives them the back door into your life. Now, the interesting thing is that to the degree that they don't have 100% of your full permission, your entire totality of your consciousness, to the extent that they don't have that, it seems that they have to kind of tiptoe around, be indirect, only have partial access to your life. Maybe they abduct you, but then they erase your memory. So the bulk of your consciousness seems to go on without direct conscious knowledge of them for the most part. I mean, for most abductees, unless you have conscious memories. But here's the thing: if you're an abductee who is in this position where some part of you has partial permission and they have access to that, well, if your conscious everyday self then goes out and does the CE5 and looks into the sky and actually beckons them to come into your life, well, they've already been in your life in a background kind of way, but guess what, now they're going to come into your life in a much more forceful, tangible, more constantly present way. And that's with just like direct permission giving, but there are other forms of permission too. For example, fearing them to like an incredible degree where you're constantly in this gnawing state of fear and paranoia, feeling like you're a victim, that you have no power at all, and that they have all the power. You see, that is also a kind of permission giving in the sense that you're validating the idea that they do have power and you don't. So it's almost like reinforcing the idea that they have permission, even if they don't. But it ends up creating this weird self-fulfilling prophecy where, yeah, it increases their tangibility in your life even more. So yeah, so this whole like free will and permission thing, it's an interesting and fascinating subject because it makes sense that it's a spectrum, and to the degree that they have permission, they can get at you. But the thing is, it's not necessarily just your everyday conscious mind that's giving permission. There could be some sort of other part of your personality that's split off. Maybe that's why they choose people that have been traumatized as kids, because maybe a part has already been split off. I mean, for example, if a kid is undergoing trauma and some part of their soul wishes that they just weren't here anymore, or they will do anything to make it stop. Well, what is that intention being broadcast out to? Is something listening to that and is taking advantage of it? So in a way, these NHIs, you're right, they're probably not just extraterrestrials coming here from other planets. They're probably working within a greater, I don't know what you want to call it, some sort of a quantum multiversal fractal matrix reality or something, where there's different levels to it. And in order for them to go from where they are to where we are and penetrate into our lives, they have to go through this weird, almost like spiritual firewall, which might require our permission to some degree.
Well, and what I want to say is that this is some kind of disgusting, opportunistic bullshit, because somehow trauma seems to play into that. And like Amy was talking about earlier, like this creation of an altar, this kind of intentional early on fragmentation seems to give them more access. And that seems super suspect. Like, she didn't totally line out exactly what happened, and but like it seems like they take advantage of the people that are more vulnerable, and then who don't maybe have the support systems to fall back on if they have a trauma, and then they're like, we'll be your saviors. And this whole question of an altar or a dissociative identity, it seems like they prey on those in whom that has been planted from a young age, and that is very, very concerning.
And something else that is also concerning is that, they have the ability to target someone, manipulate them to follow on an action, right? They don't have to touch a person, cause the trauma directly. They can cause someone else who is predisposed to like criminal activity, to follow on the act. And what, like, based on the journaling, what it seemed like was it wasn't just a one-time thing. This man who's human, he an alcoholic who somehow had access to the orphanage and the children there. And it was like we were in a tiny space. It was nowhere to hide. And he, like, it was a repeated thing of abuse. And so like that, it wouldn't surprise me if they were able to manipulate him to follow through on something to then cause the split. So they could have done it indirectly too, or they saw a situation and took advantage of it.
Yeah, just remember that not all aliens are bad. I would say it's maybe 20 to 30% of them are bad. There's some really good ones out there. Light beings rock. If you ever get a light being abduction, you'll love it. Fantastic. Um, Outside of that, they're like the highest one of all.
So we
But
have something to look forward to. You're saying there's a chance, News World. Thank you.
yeah, they're awesome. I mean, you ever encounter it's better than sex, okay? Really is.
Great,
Yeah.
great. Okay, Christopher, you got a couple more. Where are we at? We're going to be winding down here. Did you have a couple more questions, Christopher? Am I in a delay?
No, my phone is starting to not react very well.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay,
Yes.
good. I could go all night. This is just fantastic. I'm learning so much from you guys. But yeah, so I have a Velostat question that might be really technical and weird, and maybe that's a thing for off stage. For those of you guys who've tried that, because this came up. I'm a Mandela effect experiencer, and this gets really, really weird, and I don't want to totally derail the space. So maybe what I'm going to go with here is these helicopters that show up. It seems like helicopters show up a lot in experiences of people who are getting abducted, and I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about the helicopters. And I'm an avid reader of John Keel, and the more you read of that, the weirder it gets. It's like, are the helicopters physical or a kind of simulacrum to reinforce psychological effects? Like, I'm wondering, Amy, you've had these helicopters appear over you and harass you. Have you, in those occasions, have other people in your sphere noticed them appearing? Because one of the things that seems to be possible is that these are appearing only in the mind space of the harassed person to accomplish a psychological effect. And so it seems like there's a lot of evidence from various directions that these things are physical and maybe the government, but I'm just always trying to dig down deeper into that. So you've been harassed by helicopters, which is just insane. It's hard for me to imagine being harassed by helicopters, but were there other people who noticed that, or is it possible that this is a kind of...
Yeah, so can you hear me? I'm not sure. You kind of blipped out. Can anyone hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Um, oh, okay, he just um is he out? Should I answer?
Sorry, Amy. I think, yeah, it looks like we lost him.
Okay.
Oh, he's requesting back, so you can go ahead and answer.
Okay. So there's been quite a few times that, like, because I lived in an apartment complex where one would be just constant. It was usually when it was just constant for more than a few minutes. And so it's really low and loud. And so I've seen people like, look up or pop their heads out. And I mean, I've l- looked at them during the day. Sometimes they'll come during the day, sometimes at night. And pretty like during the day, I saw police helicopters. They had the same markings in that city, um, and the same sound. And so, I know people in the past have dealt with black helicopters, and that's not to like knock on the police force. I think it is possible that it's been infiltrated or just temporarily infiltrated. I don't know, but I would say overwhelmingly it was a lot of police helicopters that would just come out of nowhere and just circle. And there's a police investigator that I spoke to, and without revealing too much, I talked to him about like, all the helicopters, and he was just like, joked at me, and he's like, maybe they're after you. Because he was just like so weirded out that it was a constant thing. And it's just I told him in every random situation when I would hear these helicopters, and he was kind of weirded out by that, honestly.
All right, Christopher, we're gonna go with one more question. I know you can go all night, but we do have guests in the house tonight. So go ahead, Christopher. One last question.
Thank you, and I'm sorry. I something went wrong with my phone. I fell off for
Oh,
the
that's all
last thing.
right. And don't be sorry. And pick
Uh,
your best one. Pick your best question. What's
well,
left?
I want to save my weird Velisat question for maybe like the backstage with you guys. But this this is the question that all these conversations raise, because Amy, I know you've had such an extensive experience with these hybrids. It's like your main point of experience, and so David Jacobs' research, it all points towards this kind of hybrid. Um, I don't know, hybrid invasion. I don't. My main question is, if there are all these half breed hybrids, like where are they all existing right now? How are they keeping secret? I'm having a hard time understanding the physical versus the interdimensional aspect.
Well, they're all like basically learning how to blend in. So learning about our behavior, how to do everyday tasks which it's surprisingly a lot of education when you don't grow up down here, being raised in that environment. And they, like, according to David's research, they're everywhere, like, and they blend in pretty well. I've had some run-ins where they basically they're very psychic. And so and I've met like psychics, they're nowhere near as psychic as these hybrids. Their output is incredible. It just like makes your bones hurt because it's just so intense when they're psychically like targeting you. So they're hive-minded. So, if one of them even thinks about defecting and talking, they're gonna get visited and that problem is gonna get fixed. So it's that hive mind. They have an instant a knowing of who's thinking what, and I've thought things, and instantly they would visit me like within a few hours. And in fact, when I sent the email to the psychologist about dissociative disorders, within an hour someone was at the shoe store staring at us, so they knew what was, and they could have like had my email tapped. But I have another, like, the next day something else happened where a guy showed up. He had a massive amount of psychic output. And just based on what he did towards the end, he was staring at me at the airport for like over 5 minutes. And then I wasn't catching on. And then I saw him like look up towards the sky. And then he tilted his head in a very specific way, that I've seen in a photo, that kind of like a photo that's creeped me out. Um, and so it kind of told me he was getting telepathic communication to do that tilt of the head. And that was the day after I had sent the email to the psychologist. So he was just normal. He had a weird haircut, but otherwise very normal looking, normal clothing, and they just blend in perfectly. Um, as long as you probably don't grill them too much on social stuff, they'll probably blend in pretty well.
All right, Christopher's out of questions. He's not really out of questions. We're just out of questions for tonight. Amy and Tom, you stuck with me for 5 hours, right? We started at 5 o'clock Pacific, so it's been 5 hours. I want to say thank you to Tiff and Ulrich, who both are they're probably both asleep by now. They're both snoozing somewhere, but I appreciate them both always. And thank you so much, Tom, for jumping in. I know we wanted to give you a break this month. Thanks for answering some questions. And Amy, thank you so much for everything you put into the space today, for being so vulnerable, for sharing your story, for putting yourself out there. It's so helpful for the community to hear your perspective. And I, for one, really appreciate all the research you've done. I can't tell you how many times Amy has said, you have to do this and you have to do that and you have to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and you got to go all the way through all of the steps. Uh, you've really put a lot of yourself into this and you're so tenacious with your research. I really appreciate you. And thank you for all the help, you've given me on the side, and the couple times that we've been able to meet up, and all of your advice. I really appreciate it. Tom, do you want to give us any final last words, and we'll go to Amy and then we'll close it out.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much, Amy, for being so thorough and detailed and patient with your story tonight and answering people's questions and presenting your side of it. So, I mean, I really agree with everything you said. So I'm really happy to have been in here with you. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for having me on here. I mean, the reason why I did this is because people deserve to know what's going on. And so, memory retrieval is very tricky business. And, obviously, as a last moment, as a disclaimer, not a doctor, not a psychologist. Be careful, careful what you're doing and what you wish for, because it can stress your life out a little bit more, especially if you're already stressed and then you're looking into traumatic memories. So, I just want everyone kind of heavily consider what I've presented in terms of doing it on their own, but I think everyone deserves the tools, because it's helped me immensely. Like after working with David, I did a 180 on my life. I started to be able to have normal relationships before I couldn't even like have intimate relationships. I went back to school, everything just totally turned around, and I think people really deserve that as well if they've been struggling.
And Amy put some links down in the little purple pill, so they're going to be available after the space. You had some stuff written out there, Amy, some links to your Gab. I think you're explaining, how to do this on your own if you want to. Is that one of the links down there, Amy?
Yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff talking about like hypnotic regression, what I did with David and what I do on my own. Yeah.
Yeah, so that could be really helpful for anyone who wants to have a look at that down in the purple pill. And once again, thank you both for being here. Thank you to both co-hosts. Christopher gets an honorable mention. Everybody who came up and asked a question, and to everyone who decided to listen to us gab and go on and on and on for 5 hours. We really appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in. And we will see you guys next month. I think the next Doom Space is going to be in April, April 24th. Tom, I'm not sure. We'll talk on the side about your space, your third Thursday space for next month. And then the one right after that would be Georgiani on the 24th. So join us for that one. Thank you guys all again. I appreciate everybody. Good night.